We need to find you a friend to play with. You're just being so fucking mean today. Literally fucking peed and shit in the house within half an hour of me being gone. Literally out of spite. I want to say it's because it's fucking anxiety, but I'm pretty sure it's just out of spite because like this. It's not like I don't walk you a lot. Hey, hey! Come here. Hey! Leave him alone. You hear me? There's no fucking go. I built you a fence. I literally built you a fence. So I don't have to constantly worry about you. You fuck with my dog one time in the house. Get me? You're smart. I know you're smart. I know there's a brain somewhere in that stupid dog. Taking a really long time to... Did you? Your mouth is bleeding. What'd you do? No. No, hey. Calm down. I can't afford for another dog at the vet. I really can't listen. So let's just fucking evolve. The normal dog. Do normal dog stuff. Find the dog. Find the dog. Go get it. Eat it. Very good. Again. Good. Eat it. Eat it. Good. Good job. I literally might throw up. All right. Oh. I was wondering if you ever have such a nice frog. Ah! Parked in a spot. Ooh, Denali, believe it or not. The Denali Cross Envoy is fucking... I used to wipe your car.
Reliability is better. It's a little bit more costly, but the reliability is there.
Interesting. Okay, because Julie had a different perspective. Thanks for the call, Jim. Appreciate it. Let's go to John. Hey, John.
You do literally whatever you want.
Yes, I just want to say to you that I think you're being incredibly unfair, and you're building your show today to knock down Canada Post.
So, John, you're the prior VP who's called several times anytime I talk about Canada Post, right? For the union?
No, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so you should say that up front when you say I'm being unfair.
Fair enough. I mean, there are times when I've agreed with you and gone home and had a nightmare. But anyways, the thing is this. You're building a case based on businesses that just, they want to oh, no, I got nothing to do with Canada Post. Let me tell you, they come to an agreement, they'll all be with Canada Post. It's faster. It's cheaper. There are still parcels that are lost from last Christmas from other couriers.
So, John, did you hear my interview with Julie Brown from?
I did. She was playing it as fair as she could.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you that I believe Miss Brown, if they come to an agreement, she's going to go right back to Canada.
Okay, but I mean, she was a cheerleader for Canada Post and is very disappointed that we're at this phase. So I think, I built this segment around that interview, John.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
It just seems to me that everybody else that's calling in just wants to jump on your bandwagon.
Yeah, well, John, sometimes the facts are the facts. Thanks for calling. We're
I
gonna
like that he
check
just
in
laughed
on
you
what's
off
happening in the
after
rest of the news
she
today
just
with
totally
our friends
made you
at the
look like
CTV
the
News
dumbest
at 6.
fucking
And when we come back, Trustee Association is
mini
going to
white velvet
respond to
strawberries.
the interview I had yesterday
That's
with
all
the
we're
Minister of
doing.
Education.
Don't miss a minute of talk.
Oh, a minute of
Download your favorite show by the hour to your phone, tablet, or smart speaker now.
Just visit us at newstalk1010.com.
Or stream us anywhere through the iHeartRadio app. The My Choice sales event is back at Nissan, and the choice is yours. Choose our best-selling Rogue, always ready for adventure, or the dynamic Sentra, packed with safety features, or the all-new boldly redesigned kits. And now during My Choice, you can choose up to $1,500 in Nissan bonus or accessory credit, or choose 3-year prepaid maintenance. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today. $1,500 applies to Sentra and select Rogue models with leasing or financing through NCF. Conditions apply. See Nissan.ca for details.
This is News Talk 1010, CFRB AM, Toronto, a division of Bell Media, and an iHeartRadio station.
Somewhere, like, start here.
Your update from the CTV Toronto newsroom starts now.
Good afternoon, I'm Patricia Muhammad. A break from the rain this week? Well, mostly. It's 23 degrees right now, the complete forecast after the news. A 14-year-old boy has made his first court appearance after the fatal stabbing of an elderly woman in Pickering. Mayor Olivia Chow providing more details about her meeting with Prime Minister Mark Carney as she continues her trip in Ottawa, and a landlord in the game when it comes to rentals. We'll tell you about the new tactic to entice renters. Details on these and other stories coming up, but first, let's check your drive. News Talk 1010, time saver traffic. We have brand new problems on the westbound QEW at Dorval. It's the HOV and 2 left lanes that were blocked to the collision. Now, they cleared this problem has, but the delays are still there from as far back as Winston Churchill. Up on the 401 eastbound at Vixen and Whitby, crews on scene of a brand new collision that's taking up the left lane. And Lestall Dan has the southbound 401 collection jamming up from Shepherd. You'll find the left lane off limits. Off the major, it's a collision on Jane north of the 401. Did you know you can be at risk for getting severe COVID-19 just by being over 60? Ask your pharmacist or doctor about prescription treatments for mild to moderate COVID-19. Time saver traffic, match once. Yeah, boy. Your next update at 3:15 on News Talk 1010 Toronto. The boy accused of fatally stabbing an elderly woman in Pickering yesterday made his first court appearance this morning. CP24's Courtney Heels with the latest on the teen. A new development in this story, the 14-year-old who's accused of this attack in North Pickering just made a very brief court appearance. There's really not a lot we can say given his age, and there's also a publication ban in place, but we can tell you the accused is 14, as he said, not 13, but 13 from police yesterday. We can also tell you when he made his brief court appearance, he was wearing a dark-colored sweater. He had a
Why is that relevant?
over his right hand. He also showed no emotion. He is going to appear in court again in June. He has been charged with first-degree murder. The 14-year-old was taken into custody in connection with the incident several hours after the stabbing, which occurred around 3 p.m. outside a home on Lynn Heights Drive. The senior, a retired kindergarten teacher who was in her 80s, was tending to her garden at the time of the incident, according to neighbors. Toronto's mayor is in the nation's capital. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
This sounds fucking real.
Chow says
If I was
she
fucking
had
real.
a conversation with Prime Minister Carney about getting more affordable housing built. Chow says the Prime Minister is going to set up an agency that will build housing in partnership with municipalities, and while that is being done, there are going to explore ways to reduce costs on constructing homes. She says that she is aware development charges and other exemptions municipalities can offer come into play. Mark Carney is also at the conference and spoke this morning about what the federal government will do. Sticking with housing, 2 months of free rent, free parking, and gift cards for food delivery or public transit are among thousands of dollars worth of perks and incentives being advertised on Toronto rental listing websites as landlords compete to lure in tenants amid a record supply of new condos. Linda Dakota, senior manager of market research and development at Urban Nation, a Toronto-based real estate research firm, says 29,000 condominium units were completed in the GTA in 2024, and 40%
tenants in to help pay their mortgages after closing on their new condos.
While such incentives are everywhere in Toronto, landlords in other GTA cities and the Greater Hamilton area are also locked in a tight contest that benefits renters. Peel police have made an arrest following a violent incident in Mississauga. Police say they were called to a business on a Trenmere Drive near Deering Road and Bramley Roads. Yesterday evening for disturbance. They found two men in their 20s. Both had been stabbed. They were rushed to a trauma center and their injuries are now considered non-life threatening. A man in his 20s is facing 2 counts of assault with a weapon. And something to entice you to use the 407, a portion of the highway is going to be toll-free starting Sunday. As of June 1st, that's between Brock Road to Highway 35 and 115 will be removed. The majority of the highway will continue to be operated and tolled by a private company.
Yeah.
You can tap into breaking news anywhere. Keep in touch by downloading the CTV News app. Taking a look at the forecast, a mix of sun and cloud today with a chance of showers later this afternoon. 24 for the high, but it is expected to feel more like 26. A chance of showers and a risk of a thunderstorm this evening with a low of 12. Tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud with a chance of, with a high of 17. And ending the weekend off on Sunday with a mix of sun and cloud and a chance of showers and a high of 17. Right now it's 23 degrees with a few clouds. I'm Trisha Mohammed. Our next update is at 4 on News Talk 1010. For these stories and more, go to ctvnewstoronto.ca.
This is Deb Hutton on News Talk 1010, Toronto.
Thanks so much for being along this afternoon on this beautiful Friday afternoon. As always, if you download the iHeartRadio app, then you don't have to miss a minute of my show, Jim's show, John's show, Jerry's show. It's all right there for you. If you just download the app, you can take us anywhere you go and listen all the time. If you were listening yesterday, you may have heard my interview with the Minister of Education for Ontario, Paul Calandra. He had introduced some legislation that is now called the Supporting Students and Children Act 2025. In a nutshell, according to the minister, this is about greater accountability, greater transparency, and oversight, in particular of our school boards, certainly where the minister has his responsibility. There is also a portion of the legislation that deals with our post-secondary institutions and our children's aid societies. But the bulk of the focus in this legislation, certainly the bulk of my conversation with the minister, was about our school boards. Joining me to tell us their response to this legislation is Patrick Daly, who's past president of the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association, a longtime trustee himself. And later this month, later next month, assuming the position of executive director of the Catholic School Trustees Association. Welcome to the program, Patrick.
Oh, thank you very much. My pleasure to be with you.
So your general response, the response of trustees, a lot of this legislation is aimed at you and your colleagues. What did you think of the minister's new legislation?
Yeah, at the outset, what I would say is, Catholic trustees, myself for sure, share, Minister Calandra's and the government's priority with regard to effective and responsible use of taxpayers' dollars, including, those related to trustee expenses. So we for sure share that commitment. But I do think it's just important for me to say I've been, as you say, trustee a long time, 40 years. My father 20 before me, and I have witnessed the dedication, goodness, and sacrifice of hundreds and hundreds of Catholic school trustees who have given much. So I think really it's important to remember their tremendous service, particularly what's happened over the last number of months. But we are studying the continued moratorium on school closures. A number of factors that are contributing to that. And as well, on the case of school board, if there are areas where, some boards could be spending dollars more efficiently and effectively, then we need to have that conversation.
I'm speaking with Patrick Daly of the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association, getting their response to Minister Paul Calandra's legislation that he introduced yesterday, and joined me in the afternoon to chat about. One of my concerns in terms of spending isn't exactly misuse in the sort of expense scandal nature, Patrick, but is what I call mandate creep, where school boards decide at the political level, so the trustees decide that there are things that they would like to do as a board, as opposed to, I recognize they believe it is in the best interest of the education of our kids, but I think a lot of parents would say it goes beyond the core. Here's what Paul Calandra had to say yesterday about what I call mandate creep.
When boards start to stray outside of their core mandate, it then will also allow me to step in and send a supervisor in without waiting for a third party to tell me whether it should happen or not. So, look, admittedly, it is very broad powers.
If y'all are struggling with the belief that you're powerless, or the emotion of I'm weak, if you look back in your life, there's chances are there are one or two people who taught you you are weak. And the way to heal from that is to recognize that this belief of weakness doesn't come from my weakness. It comes from someone else's unrealistic expectations. You carry around their unrealistic expectations. They have unrealistic expectations. You can't meet them. Therefore, you conclude that you are weak. You are powerless. There's nothing you can do. This, in turn, leads to all kinds of motivational problems, right? When I'm powerless, there's no point in doing anything because I do not have the power to affect change in the world. If y'all are struggling with the belief that you're powerless, or the emotion of I'm weak, if you look back in your life, there's chances are there are one or two people who taught you you.
Some people get upset when you say God says that. You got God doesn't talk about it. Like, no, what is it? Well, it's a broad way to see. But that sounds much worse, okay? You're just stick with Occupy. Let's unpack that. They go to all of them. Even if they roll down to the nose, they're terrorists. Under 18 going up 11% of the vote. Because it was one election, and it was in 2006. Do you remember who won 2006? No, because it was a midterm year. Nobody looked. Right? Nobody remembers who was on the ballots in 2006. Let's unpack this trope even more. If you look at the statistics, half of the population isn't even a voting age now. We think like 75% of the population wasn't even voting age then. 40% of the people showed up to vote by paper. Let's say 80% of the voting population showed up. So that's 20% of the total population now. And 40% was 40%, 20%. Come on, you may not be on the side. You gotta be on the side of that. It's 8%. At most, 8% of the people living in Gaza voted for Hamas. So, do you understand how dumb it is to say they voted for Hamas when literally it was just 8% who voted for Hamas? Right? Let's think about that. Where are you from, by the way? Here you go. San Diego. That's a lot of unpack. Some people get upset when you say Gaza is occupied. You're like, Gaza is occupied. They're like, no. Well, then...
My baby lives with me. No, not your child. How many children do you all have between you? Just one. Just one. And the child lives with him? Yes, ma'am. And you want the baby back? Yes, ma'am. How long has the baby lived with you?
The baby?
Yeah.
The whole time?
Oh, okay. And how old is this child?
5.
5. Oh. And you expect to get child support? Yes, ma'am. And the child has been living with him for almost, it's a boy or girl?
Boy.
His whole life?
Yes, ma'am. Well, when I get my baby back, I want child support. Yeah. He makes way more money than I do. I want my baby back and I want child support.
I want my baby back. I'm sorry, you have to excuse me because nothing you're saying is making sense right now. You came to court to ask me to give a child back to you that was taken from you, that's 5 years old, that's pretty much lived with this man the entire time that he has been taken care of.
They took my baby away because my ex-boyfriend is an abuser and I'm not with him anymore, so I want my baby back.
Right, but the child hasn't been living with you.
Yeah.
The child has been living with him.
Yeah, because of my ex, and I'm not with my ex anymore.
Yeah, so no, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. He would literally have to have given you the child back. And then you come in here after you've been having the child for so long. Then you come in here and say, Judge, I want this to be changed. I've been having the child this entire time. I want him to pay child support. That would be a little bit more reasonable. But what you're asking for today is very unreasonable.
Okay, well, give me my baby back, and then I'll come back in a while and ask for child support.
Well, I can't give you a baby because I never took your baby. Okay? Actually, nobody took your baby. You lost your baby for your own negligence with your ex-boyfriend. It had nothing to do with me. Okay? Now, the baby was placed with you after the boyfriend hit the baby.
Yep.
And he's been living with you ever since then.
Yep.
You've been taking care of him. You paid for everything for the child.
Yep.
What does she do?
I visit.
She visits unsupervised.
Okay, congratulations. Financially, what does she do?
Financially?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that's what I figured. Okay.
My baby lives with me.
No, not your.
Why would I want to
Child.
watch this? I would go back home to Chattagee if I wanted to see like a bunch of white trash.
So Tom Hanks is getting roasted right now for going on Saturday Night Live and portraying all Trump supporters as unintelligent racists. Yeah, shocker. Now, while Tom Hanks is an absolute moron, he's also one of the greatest actors of our generation, which is why I was so surprised.
Yes. No. Maybe
Some people are born with a passion for animals. Ross University's School of Veterinary Medicine.
Imagine living in a country where you can be stripped of your rights at any time by corporations, your boss, the government, or any old millionaire or billionaire that wants to. They can steal from you, maim your son, sexually assault your dog.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. If you joined me on the channel yesterday, I had some choice words for the Conservative Party of Canada for how they're managing things moving forward. Again, I want to be really clear that I found it very funny how a very large percentage of people immediately think that anytime you're asking a question of a party or you're demanding better performance from a party, that you're instantly bashing them, that you don't want them to succeed. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I'm going to put this in a sports analogy for you. If your team makes it to the championship game and they lose the game with poor management, bad choices, the coach doesn't sit there and say, hey guys, we're not going to address any of these issues. We'll just do the same thing again next time and hope for better results.
Good effort.
You try to improve your team. You try to maybe change some positions. You change your plays. You analyze where you made the mistakes. Now, that granted, I don't believe Pierre made a whole lot of mistakes in his campaign. The only mistake I see was hiring and putting up with his team, with Jenny Byrne. Again, I've commented on that many times. I think Jenny should be fired. Keep in mind, Jenny Byrne was in charge of Stephen Harper's campaign. He lost. She was in charge of Andrew Scheer's campaign. He lost. She was in charge of Aaron O'Toole's campaign. They both lost. Let's be honest, Aaron O'Toole was garbage.
No,
but now she loses with Pierre. Now, Jenny Byrne's relationship with Pierre, previous to Pierre's marriage, of course, if you didn't know, they used to be a couple. I don't know if maybe Pierre kept her on board as a favor due to their history, or if he actually believed that she had the political clout to put him in the prime minister's chair. Whatever his reasons may be, I think after 4 losses, it's safe to say her team doesn't know what they're doing in politics. She should be fired. They need to rebrand, and it looks like maybe that's happened now. Again, not that's part of the cost of the election. They rode on the coattails of Justin Trudeau's follies, saying this is going to win us the election, and we'll just let Justin win it for us. Once Mark Carney came into the picture, they had no choice but to try and attack Trump. That didn't work out very well because of winning against his base. Now he's coming back. And I like this Pierre. I hope this Pierre says we need to scrap every nothing. He's not here for his resources.
Experience the industry's most
The parents of the 1950s were, I think, the most unusual generation of the 20th century. These are the people who had grown up in the Depression. They had experienced real tough times when they were children and when they were teenagers. And then World War II hit, as many of them were just reaching adulthood, and they had the trauma of the war. And then after all that, they reached the 1950s at a time when the U.S. was tremendously prosperous, when the economy was booming as we've never seen it before. They reacted to that prosperity, and they reacted strongly to all of the trauma of the Depression and the war by turning inward a bit, by marrying young, by emphasizing home and family.
It was a perfect setting in which the youth culture could blossom. Life in the suburbs was organized around the kids again. They were the center of attention, endless round of Little League games and PTA meetings, etc. So it was in the suburbs that the importance and the uniqueness and the generational potency associated with these kids, I think, was delivered with real force.
The parents of the 1950s.
If I was having a conversation with someone I disagree with in good faith, I would probably start that conversation with what we do agree with, right? There'll be a lot.
I wasted my life hanging out with a bunch of guys just like you. And they all go away at a certain point. I'm turning 25 around this time. So I'm having my own.
And Allah will ask, you're fired. Yeah.
When kids are small and they go to public.
Because if you ask most people, what do you do to go to sleep?
I'm in a position where I'm thinking.
It's circulating in the blood. And then they take a booster, they get more circulating in the blood. It is a killer protein.
What if they knew those vaccines caused heart conditions but recommended them anyway to ensure you took them? That's the actual facts of the matter. Hello there, you awakening wonders. Remember, we are back on June 9th with an all-new look, fantastic show. You are going to love it. In the meanwhile, we are creating content every single day like this content, and you need to join our free speech revolution. Why? Because ultimately, government is limited in what it can offer you, and you have to awaken yourself. Thank God that Trump won, because otherwise, you wouldn't know the degree to which you were lied to during the pandemic era. For example, did you know that they knew about myocarditis? They knew about the heart conditions that the vaccines would cause, and they didn't tell you because they worried that you wouldn't take the vaccine if you knew the truth. Isn't that extraordinary? And isn't that the perfect template for understanding government? If you knew what they were really doing, you would not comply. Let me say that again. If you knew what they were really doing, you would become disobedient. You would become radical. You would become revolutionary, because you would understand that ultimately this is just one example of an evil agenda being played out with the usual tropes of we're from the government, we're here to help.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
This is for your safety. This is for your convenience. Well, whenever you hear those lies, make sure that you are wide awake inside, because otherwise you'll be funneled into death camps. And if it's not as radical and as dramatic as World War II death camps, it will ultimately be as effective. Let's get into this story that comes about as a result of a new Senate inquiry that's revealed the degree to which they understood the risks of myocarditis, the risks of heart disease, the risks of death and adverse events, and lied anyway. Not only did they lie by concealing that information, they shamed anyone who was vaccine hesitant, or as we might call it now, sensible enough to never trust the system. Of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene, God love her, has posted about this. The government knew, the pharma companies knew, That's from her. And here we see the fruits of one of the rare blessings of the COVID pandemic. Marty Makary is now head of the FDA. Here he is describing exactly what went down and what we're beginning to understand as a result of the disclosures and revelations during the Trump presidency.
Talking about the heart inflammation in young boys and young men, it seems reprehensible that the Biden administration wouldn't have warned us about that early and often.
It was part of the Biden medical establishment censorship complex because any information that related to complications of the vaccines or vaccine injuries was considered COVID vaccine hesitant content. And so it was censored or blocked or slow walked. And so we now have tragically this information that the heart inflammation that occurred in young, healthy men and boys was not disclosed as soon as it should have been. And as a result, thousands of kids probably had this myocarditis complication and didn't have to have it. How extraordinary. What a staggering degree of unnecessary suffering. Former House Speaker Ron Johnson has spoken at length about how the Biden administration knew the risks and deliberately withheld them. Here's a clip of him now. A DOD consultant raises concerns to CDC and FDA officials about their ability to monitor and track cardiac-related adverse events. The consultant notes, quote, "If you do not ask, you will not see it." By the end of April 2021, just 4 months into the COVID injection, VAERS is already reporting 2,926 deaths worldwide within 30 days of injection, with 46% of those deaths occurring on day 0, 1, or 2 following injection. A couple months later, 4,812 deaths, 1,736, or 36% of those deaths occurring within the day of the injection or within 1 or 2 days. Now, I was raising that issue. I was going on media. I was showing this chart, and I got censored. Radio talk show hosts, when I talked about this, they were deplatformed. So when I finally had a meeting with Francis Collins, head of NIH, I asked him, "Are you watching videos that are taking up those stats?" We did get 6 deaths were associated with J&J vaccine, but for the other over 2,000 deaths, 600 people died. That was just Cal's ranch. That was the head of the NIH, completely blowing off the VAERS system that they had touted before they got the emergency use authorization. Of course, now the CDC has removed vaccine recommendations for pregnant women and children. The administration is beginning to make the necessary changes. But where is the reckoning? Where is the inquiry? How deep does this go? How much effort and resources did they put into smearing dissenting voices across the world? Hopefully there will be deep revelations around that as well. This is some great reporting on the matter from Fox News, I know. The interim report, spanning 55 pages, obtained and reviewed by Fox News Digital, revealed that the Biden administration officials withheld crucial health information from the subcommittee and the public. According to the report, the formal warning about myocarditis was initially going to be distributed nationwide as a health alert network message, which, according to the CDC, is a primary method of sharing cleared information about urgent public health incidents. However, Johnson's report said that health officials at the CDC and FDA ultimately decided against issuing a warning and instead posted clinical considerations on the CDC website and myocarditis. Information that enables them to control you and frighten you, they will broadcast widely and loudly. Climate change! Get in your house! Is there a tax I can pay for this? Is there a tax I can pay for this? Yeah, there is. Sign up here. If the information might liberate you from the tyranny of their lives, oh, it's just a little clinical warning. Based on subpoenaed records, they have to be subpoenaed to get this information. The subcommittee received today, as well as Freedom of Information Act documents. This interim report will highlight records and present a timeline showing US health officials knew about the risks of myocarditis, and they downplayed it. The report also highlights the Israeli Ministry of Health notifying officials at the CDC of large reports of myocarditis, particularly in young people, following the administration of the Pfizer vaccine. This is going to be extraordinary. Of course, these companies have been granted immunity when it comes to damages, but what about defamation? Surely what needs to happen is that the CEOs of Pfizer and officials at Moderna need to be dragged through the courts of public opinion, need to be exposed as the lies they were. The good thing about this is an opportunity for all of us to unite against corporatism, whether it comes in the form of big pharma, statism, or media lies. This is an opportunity for us to oppose them and to rise up in the kind of unity that's required for us to have the true freedom that potentially could be granted by governments that are not maximising state power but believe in the liberty of the people. Let me know what you think about that in the comments and chat. Rather than provide the public and healthcare providers with immediate and transparent information regarding the risk of myocarditis following vaccination, the Biden administration waited to June 2021 to announce changes to the labels for the Moderna and Pfizer COVID-19 vaccines based on the suggested increased risks of myocarditis and pericarditis, the report says. Even though CDC and FDA officials were well aware of the risks of myocarditis, the Biden administration opted to withhold issuing a formal warning to the public for months about the safety concerns jeopardizing the health of young Americans. If you are one of those young Americans, let us know in the comments and chat. Let us work together to build a campaign where justice can be done, true justice across the world. A global pandemic reiterates twice that this was everyone across the world. Think of the millions, potentially billions of people affected in a variety of ways. Are you going to get a clearer demarcation of the war we are in, elites versus everyone else, than the fact that we were lied to about an injurious product, near mandated, and in some cases actually mandated if you were a federal or private worker that had this medication imposed on you? This happened not just in the United States, but the UK and across the world. Surely this is an opportunity for us to unite. Of course, if we are to unify, we are going to need a very robust set of principles that aren't derived from the mind of man in order to oppose this Luciferian evil. Let me know in the comments and chat what you think about that. This will clear your bar out quick, fast. This is a coffee that believes in revolution. If the founding fathers were here today, they'd be drinking this. Alexander Hamilton would be sipping on this stuff. Dear Thomas Jefferson, he'd be down in this. And as for Sam Adams, I reckon he'd be snoring hard lines of it. And at the moment, 1775 Coffee have got a fantastic more than 1.6 million adverse events associated with COVID. Of the 38,000 deaths, the report said 25% of them occurred on day 0 or 1 or 2 following the injection, compared to 2,600 reported VARs associated with the flu vaccine over 35 years. This is unprecedented, and you know how the information was controlled. Do you remember the tickers across the screen on mainstream news? This many people have got COVID, that many people have got COVID, this many people have died from COVID. Was it from COVID or was it with COVID? Did they deliberately maximise the number of deaths that come from COVID? And would that same mindset that sought to propagandise the disease at the height of the pandemic, a disease that was caused by a lab leak, that was caused by the very mentality that sought to resolve the problem, do you imagine they're telling us the truth now? Let me know in the comments and chat if you believe we're getting by dim corruption. Let me know in the comments and chat if this seems like the only resolution is revolution. Let me know what you think about that in the comments and chat. But what if the vaccine was deliberately engineered to not be safe? Peter McCulloch from the Wellness Company, one of our proud and beautiful sponsors over on Stay Free, remember you can follow us at these times on these days at Rumble and you can get Rumble Premium, said that the vaccine was engineered to not be safe. Have a look at this.
80% of Americans took a vaccine. 20% did. Nope. 20% did not take a vaccine. The vaccine was never safe enough for me to take. Messenger RNA devised by Pfizer and Moderna has been chemically modified to be unassailable to enzymes in the body to be broken down. The messenger RNA is found in the human heart for people who die after the vaccine. It's found in the brain. The spike protein is found everywhere in the body.
The white cartilage stuff.
3 studies now show the spike protein is circulating in the blood for 6 to 9 months after people take the shot. This part of the virus, the lethal part of the virus in the vaccinated, it's circulating in the blood. And then they take a booster, they get more circulating in the blood. It is a killer protein. It cannot be safe. It was not safe by design. Safety trumps efficacy. We cannot tolerate false drug claims. And we saw a poster behind Senator Blumenthal making a false drug claim that vaccines saved millions of lives, specifically the COVID vaccine. Well, let's take a look at that. When someone signs consent for a vaccine, Senator Blumenthal, does the consent form say it's going to save their lives? Of course it doesn't. It's not on the FAQ. There's never been a prospective, randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled trial ever showing the COVID-19 vaccines reduce mortality or hospitalization. There's not even a valid non-randomized study. Thankfully, COVID mortality went down for 3 reasons. Because we all got the infection, vaccinated and unvaccinated, so we developed population natural immunity.
I got it.
We developed early treatment. Credit to Operation Warp Speed. We used all the Operation Warp Speed tools, additional drugs. We treated patients with multi-drug protocols at home so they don't go to the ER. So Governor Green never saw the patients we treated because they were successfully treated at home. And the third reason is that the virus mutated to a much milder form. Those things happen concurrently with rollout of the vaccine. The vaccine cannot be falsely credited with saving millions of lives. We can't allow false drug advertising to be put up on a poster behind one of our public servants. We cannot accept that. Well, let me quick.
And here, President Trump reveals that, as we've always known and suspected, Big Pharma has undue power over politicians.
I decided I've got to break the system. And it's the most powerful lobby in the world, the drug company. The most powerful they are, the most powerful. And I'm not saying bad, good, I'm not saying anything, but they have tremendous power over the Senate, over the House, over the governors, over everybody. And they spend more money, billions and billions of dollars. And I said, I don't care. I have to do what's right.
There you have it. As you knew, particularly those of you that remained unvaccinated, or those of you that took the vaccine and now regret it, or those of you that took the vaccine and still somehow trying to cling on to the idea that this was anything other than a global con, Big Pharma have too much power and influence, and particularly with regard to vaccine, they bear no legal consequences for the manner of their crime. Isn't that in itself a clear indication of criminal activity? Lord alone knows that I believe it is. Surely this is a clarion call. Surely this is a moment where we unite. Surely this is a moment where the government is limiting its power to administrate, and it would be the people have to rise up and oppose their Luciferian power. And then be bothered by that. But that's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the comments and chat. Remember, we're back on Monday the 9th with an all-new show, and we want you to join us there on Rumble and Rumble Premium. In the meantime, if you can, stay free. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flow, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
Yeah.
This is something the Biden administration had awarded. They took $590 million of your tax dollars and told Moderna, you go out there and build us a bird flu vaccine. Are you ready?
How far did you go with that? Just I went all the way. Yeah. I was so dissociated and stuck that I didn't even comprehend the utter total brutality that was written on my before. It was sweet. It's nothing short of the surgical self-harm. Is it a vagina? It's not a vagina. I think that this is fundamentally an attack on the truth. It's not about the plight of gender confused people. We've had a very difficult childhood, severe neglect. my father was struggling with his own sexuality and gender. He would talk to me in strange ways, inappropriate ways about women's bodies.
Jerry
We
dad
see
used to
it,
do that.
in older men that transition.
It was his way of bonding with him, trying to check out fucking teenage girls' butts.
You wanted to put on your mother. Oh, totally. Do you think that doctors should be a little wary of the amount of young men? It's ridiculous that they would even be considered for transition. When did you first feel that you might want to be a girl? I don't know whether I felt that I wanted to be a girl. I just didn't want to be a boy. And that's began
Why would you not want to be a boy?
3-4 years
Being a
old.
girl's fucking
Mimicking
terrible.
sex. And I grew up in a really small village in the south of England and had a very difficult childhood. And
I guess when you're on period,
so I was very, very kind of, I felt unsafe around boys. And so in a small village, the girls were a safe place. And it's quite funny actually, because I remember playing with the girls in the village and they would all be gathering around me in gleeful play, dressing me up. And when I transitioned in my late 20s, I used to go to Space NK. There's
What are you doing gay?
people who watch this, there's a number in Space NK. So it's a posh makeup shop basically, and I used to get my makeup there. And the female sales assistants used to do the same thing. They'd all gather around and gleefully sort of like help me with the makeup. And I said to a friend the other day, why'd you do that? Why do girls do that? And but it just feels like a safe place, really.
Yeah, that's
for a
why
traumatized little
girls do
boy.
that.
Yeah, well, that's
wanna
the
make
next,
you
that's
feel
the
like
next
a
thing,
different-
because
they wanna be a
having
girl.
watched your shows, brilliant YouTube channel that you had, or Link Below, you weren't watching or feeling, you were in a strange state, a strange place.
Yeah, I had an extremely difficult childhood. I was born into a very complicated situation. So this made my whole sort of inquiry into the nature of my own identity and my own motivation to transition very, very difficult to decipher, because my father was struggling with his own sexuality and gender from before I was even born. He told me when I was a kid he wanted to leave my mother.
Oh wow.
And stupid, I swear.
Not the C word.
Oh no, I wouldn't use the C word, but I'm probably going to swear a little bit.
Yeah.
This is just, a stupid thing to say to a kid anyway. But yeah, he told me that when I was young, and he was going to leave my mother before I was born. And over the years, my mother and I talked about what happened throughout my childhood. And what we think happened was that he felt trapped. And he then came out to my mother shortly after I was born. He was going to leave. I came along. He stayed, felt trapped, came out to my mother and said, she said no. He might make it that part of the relationship. She well, this has been something I've deciphered over the last 10 years of pretty intense therapy as I kind of question my own motivations. He was transitional with his childhood. He moved out when I was 9, but as I've been going through the therapeutic process, I've clarified things that I saw and mimicked in him. So he had pierced ears and he had to grew his hair long and he shaved his legs, and I saw all these things, and because I was so neglected, I wanted him to see me, and I was studying him all the time, and I noticed all these things. I found a box of women's clothes in his garage. He would talk to me in strange ways, inappropriate ways about women's bodies. It was like we see it, I think, in older men that transition. There's a kind of very, very dark, sort of disturbing.
Yeah.
I see that anyway. I think he did that a little bit. And it was, is he straight? I don't know. I don't really know much about him. I've only seen him a handful of times in 30 years. But I think he was straight. I don't know. I don't know.
Interesting. And what about you? Tell me, how far did you
go with transition. You go all the way. Yeah. I mean, I was dressing this girl when I was like 3 or 4 years old. And really feeling comfortable. I still need them now. All my best friends are women. Most of my friends are women. I'm very comfortable. Around men, I struggle a little bit because I've had such a difficult childhood and the abuse I experienced and the difficulty in relationships was always with men. And so
tell me about the actual process of that then. So you must have been, I imagine, 18. You have to be 18 to
no,
get
well, yeah, I was
the bottom surgery.
Yeah, no, I had bottom surgery quite late. I started to transition in my mid-20s, started tinkering, started hormones and anti-androgens when 27, and then pretty quickly I was all in, started having surgery, more major surgery, and then I had the final surgery in my early 30s.
How did you feel? Do you remember like waking up and because that's such an incredible thing for anyone to even think of, I suppose. In modern society, if it was hundreds of years ago, there were the castrators, the eunuchs, the final boys.
There we go. There we go. Oh, ooh, open. Open, open. Open. There we go. There we go. There we go. What, is that it? Is that it? Well, Eleven.
And I was dissociated because I was in a lot of pain. I had experienced severe injuries. I was in and out of hospital. And later on, when I was transitioning, I spent so many times, so many hospital visits. It was so familiar to me. It was like a place of comfort and care because it reflected what I went through as a kid. So I was sort of dissociated from my body because I was so traumatized. So my body was always just, that's why I was so unclean as a kid, because I didn't want to clean myself because my body didn't feel like me. I was horrified by being in this traumatized, abused little kid's body. And so later on in life, when I went through the transition, it was like I was cleaning myself because a lot of the trauma was focused on me being a boy. And so to cleanse myself of that shame of being a boy, being same-sex attracted when I was little, and early homosexual experiences I was really ashamed of. And so to cleanse myself of that feeling of being corrupt and dirty as a boy just felt incredible. And so I remember after the surgery, you're allowed to stand up after about 5 days. All the tubes come out and all the packing comes out. I didn't feel anything really but relief. I was so dissociated and so fucked up that I didn't even comprehend the utter total brutality I inflicted upon my own form. It was brutal. It's nothing short of surgical self-harm. I mean, it's like, it's not, we dress it up now. We live in a time where these horrifying, brutal surgeries are dressed up as self-expression. It's self-harm dressed up as self-expression. It's nothing short of brutality. It's, now we have surgeries where you can have part of your colon or lower intestine used to line this pseudo vagina because it creates a mucus. And how is that even something people would consider to be, that is disgusting? Well, exactly, but so how is that something that people would consider to be something rational? How is that rational?
As you can see, right off the bat, I'm going to have information that is showing up right here on the search results page that I don't normally do if I don't have the Chrome extension installed. Now, the most common tool that everybody uses in the Chrome extension, I pick the Chrome extension up here, and it's the first one, which is X-ray. When I run X-ray, I'm able to see what is going on here on page 1 as far as estimated sales, how many reviews, the search volume for this keyword. Down here, I've got the revenue calculator and the wholesale seller sales estimator. This is a great set of tools. There's a lot more that you're going to be able to see right here in the Chrome extension, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
I get the impression from how you explained it that there wasn't much excitement about the idea of having a vagina. It was more about not having
freedom from being a boy and hiding in the refuge of being a woman. It answered all these questions I had about my sexuality and the fear I had of men and
this feeling of being distorted as a child. And I couldn't make sense of myself as a male at all. Just couldn't make sense of myself. Couldn't make sense of the things that had happened to me. Couldn't make sense of the abuse and the self-blame, the shame. And to transform into something that felt more acceptable, gave me permission to be the closer expression to who I am as a male, which is very sensitive. It just felt more in alignment with being female and wearing the disguise of being a woman. And when I was young, it was very successful as a disguise. Gave me permission from other people to be who I was. The men that I was so terrified of when I was younger, now I'd inverted that relationship with men and they cared for me, they desired me. And that felt like I had some sort of sense of personal power for the first time in my life. It was very, very intense. And that's why I remained engaged with the whole thing for so many years.
Do you wish that doctors had maybe considered that you might be going through some sort of trauma at the time?
Yeah, I haven't experienced that whole thing really because it was self-directed. Nobody enabled it, but it didn't push back. It was all my choice. And so I have really mixed feelings about the whole thing because in a way, I would have avoided a lot of trauma, a lot of difficulty if I'd just done it sooner. And I wanted to do it when I was a kid. I knew you could do it when I was like 7 or 8, and I fantasized about leaving home, coming back when I was 16, presenting myself and saying, here I am. Am I acceptable now? Can you see me now? And but when my mother outed my father when I was like 13, my whole world imploded because I thought, fuck, I'm no longer an individual. This is no longer my thing. This is no longer me. How can I differentiate myself from my father? It's like, where did I get this from? I must have.
And you wanted to be a girl before you even knew
Yeah,
your dad was.
way before. Oh, when I was 7, 8 years old. And then when my mother outed him, it stole that from me. It stole my identity. It stole everything from me. I fucking hated him because he'd just taken this thing that offers me so much in the form of solace. He took it from me, and I hated him. And then I tried to be a dude from then on. I tried to be a dude, and it was a fucking disaster. So in a way, I wish I'd done it sooner and just kind of accepted that this thing was never going to go away, and I had to navigate a way through it and make a choice. And that's why transition was so powerful. I made a choice.
If you must have seen that your mum wasn't happy with your dad because he wants to do that. So weren't you concerned about?
She not so later. Sorry to say. So
yeah, what she wasn't concerned about? Oh my God, I've already lost one person to this.
That's powerful. My father was just a very dark and troubled figure. And he had a devastating breakdown with my childhood as well. I saw that. And I remember playing in the garden. I was like 8 years old. He walked out of that garden, just collapsed on the lawn, just sat rocking back and forth. Just like, what is happening? And then, so of course, my mother represented power. And I was fascinated by women. I thought these beings of presence, their presence is not isolation, it's not darkness, it's not fragmentation, it's wholeness. What does a woman represent to a little boy? Mother, softness, tenderness, gentleness, belonging. And I just wanted that.
And you said that you wanted to put on your mother.
Oh, totally. It was like, when I was a little boy, I was so traumatized and so kind of horrified with my existence and what I was as a being, as a body. I used to go to school and I'd wear 2 pairs of trousers, 3, 4, 5, 6 t-shirts, 2 or 3 jumpers. I don't know how anybody didn't spot this, but that's what I was doing. And it's like I was trying to make some substance to my being that wasn't shame. And so I did the same thing when I was layering on my mum's clothes when I was a little boy, like 7, 8 years old, just kind of trying to lose myself in that presence and just equating appearance with reality. So that's all I did when I transitioned. It's like wearing a disguise, saying, okay, this is somehow now, this is real.
what was it like when you first got just for people who've never had sort of, hormones put in? That's what it is, and that's gets
Yeah.
How does that get sort of injected or patched or what
No,
about?
I mean, when I first started on anti-androgens, and they're like a chemical castration. And when I started on that, I knew peace for the first time in my life. That was peace, because I never knew how to integrate testosterone. I never knew how to. It's like it's such a powerful hormone. And you see this in women that want to transition into men. The changes are drastic and irreversible.
Yeah.
So when you feel the absence of that, there's just a feeling of calm and it's not like that. I felt like something toxic had been removed from my system. And so I was on anti-androgens for about 8 months to a year, and then I started female hormones, and that was when the change began. Because I just thought, oh my god, I can feel for the first time in my life, and I just could feel everything that I couldn't feel before. Because testosterone, when you're a man, you can say, right, I'm not going to feel this. I'm just going to block that out and focus. And when you don't have that focus anymore, you just have feeling, and it was overwhelming, really.
I've had a female to male guest who said that she could no longer cry with the testosterone.
Oh.
She found it was suddenly with more testosterone, it was harder to cry.
Well,
Yeah.
I have way too much testosterone.
I just found myself. It was difficult. It was difficult for quite a few years because I'd never learned how to feel. I'd never matured emotionally. That's why I see the whole thing as quite a valuable experience, transition, because for 25 years, I gave myself an opportunity to mature. And I think that's why I kind of detransitioned as a man in my 50s, because I felt like men, I think, do come into their own in their 50s. There's a stillness and a kind of an ease when you get older that perhaps you don't have when you're younger. And so I've always been a man, just a man wearing a disguise. And now that I'm not wearing that disguise anymore, I didn't feel it was appropriate anymore. I feel more comfortable just accepting the reality that I'm a man, but I still don't know how I feel with testosterone. I did start taking it again, just a small dose, but it just felt so wrong.
Yeah, fair. Well, it's what you used to now. Yeah. Would part of you like to have that part of you down there back?
No. I mean, I felt. Yeah, I mean, I know that this is an extremely. People will watch this and just think, well, this is an intense, tragic, challenging thing to deal with. But, all we can do is do our best to deal with the hand that life deals us. And that's all we can do, is just do our best. And I did my best. I made the best at the time. And, in an ideal world, I would have a nurturing and nice childhood.
Your phone rings, answer it, you were crying.
And I would connect it to what it was as a male and wouldn't configure this, but it is what it is, I feel comfortable with that choice even now, because of the persistent nature of everything as a child, and how that patterns my relationship to self and my understanding of who I was. And the focus on me being a boy being so traumatizing. I don't really have any regrets about it, and I feel comfortable with what I've done. It does feel strange now because I've only just started wrestling, and the changes I've been through over the last year since I did that. My voice has gotten deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and the performance that I was giving as a man is really, really diminished. And, I look at my body now in the mirror, and I've got scars. It's a strange mix of what I look like.
Hey, put your toys over there.
It's strange to deal with, but I still feel okay.
It feels to me like you're saying that this is your story.
Over there.
Most people don't want to change who they are and what their story is. And, you've worked it out for yourself. And things are going okay now.
Yeah, I mean, we don't. I think it's important not to conceive of ourselves as a being as just the latest event in a course and chain of events that make us who we are. We're an unfolding discovery from this point on, and hopefully you don't let past mistakes or past decisions define who you are. Past traumas, even. You have to. You cannot carry with you into every moment of your life.
Hey, no. Over there.
You have to put it down at some point and just say, "Here I am."
Do you think that
I got my first Minecraft account back in January of 2013. I was surprisingly early to the party compared to how late I've arrived to every single game I play. I'm just now getting to God of War 2018. I played Half-Life 2 in like 2020. It's easily the earliest I've been to a mainstream game's release. And there's no competition for it being my most played game either, which is saying something considering my ever-growing catalog of wasted time. And despite the fact that I've done nearly everything more than once, I still come back to the game from time to time and play survival with my friends or family to have a small 1-month phase. And those phases get so entertaining that they birth group fight inside games, or I get inspired to make videos based on what's happened in them. But even though I love the game dearly and it has given me countless unforgettable memories like those, I cannot for the life of me play it on my own.
What?
I still play Minecraft just with others. I want to find out why this is engaging in story. There are a lot of explanations as to why Minecraft is it. Unfortunately, I have grown up. Though childish, I am not a kid. I'm satisfied by playing games.
So you were like 9 when you were playing?
Another good point I hear.
Whiskey, go play with your toy over there.
Scientist for public health purposes. Governor Green, can you tell us how, as a physician, publicly funded research, which is being cut by this administration, is important to establish
Whiskey.
not only new vaccines, but also the safety and efficacy of ongoing use of vaccines?
Thank you, Senator. So, as governors, we rely on funding to do so many things from the federal government, and cuts to research will be devastating. Plus, simply pause research and wait
Kind of Why won't this computer just die?
In our states, in our rural areas, because we will not even know what we're being affected by. We will be blind to the diseases that roll through our communities, whether it's chronic disease or acute disease from an infection like this. And I just need to address a couple statements that I feel are misconceptions. And I'm not judging. I feel that there is a misconception that the COVID vaccination didn't decrease the severity of disease. That is what it did. It decreased the severity, and I saw this clinically, and we saw this from a public health standpoint. It decreased the severity of what people were facing, so they didn't die, but they died at a much lower rate. And you can see that in the charts that we've seen, but through looking at them through a different lens, the exact same charts. When the death rates dropped because people had begun to develop immunity, because their immune systems were responding to the vaccination. And in fairness, we could debate the language, but even some of the individuals that are also testifying with me here today referred repeatedly to the mRNA vaccination because it was putting these particles into people, and then the immune system was responding to them. And so I do feel that it's a vaccination. But be that as it may, we ultimately saw the ability to stop the severe and deadly cases in our hospitals. And so there are many ways to view vaccinations. There's many ways to view treatments, and they're all valuable.
For some, vaccinations straight up stop infection from occurring. That's the case when we talk about measles. You know, measles from rubella, when you get that vaccine, you really prevent the spread to a great degree. And it was commented earlier that we were misleading or we were being misled by.
You know, when you're trying to find somebody online,
You
and
know
you
what
try
I'm trying to
Googling and
watch
looking
stuff
into all
online,
these different
and every
platforms,
10
but
was that was being shared. Well,
seconds,
let me
I
tell
have
you what
an
it was
ad. Can
like
you get the
during
fuck
that
out of here?
period. And
No, go
we
home.
all saw it. There
Go
was
play with your
a
toy.
great deal of confusion because the unknown was so enormous. And to the credit of scientists and to the credit of those who invested in the research at, again, extreme speed and extreme dollars, we were able as a nation and a global community to find our way to something that helped us.
No, back up.
Of course, there were some tragic outcomes. And again, not a single case should ever be dismissed, minimized. No one should be impugned.
What are we watching?
But the grander picture of vaccinations program is to protect all and to find a way to protect people so that they can also help protect people around them, which is why the research is important, why I'm very concerned about the announcement yesterday that we will only be recommending vaccinations for people over 65 or those with chronic disease, because a couple of points. One, first of all, and I'm sure many of you had this experience, the chairman mentioned going to Swarthmore College, which is my alma mater. The president of our class, named Nick Jesdanin, 51 years old, unvaccinated because the vaccinations were not yet available, healthy, a marathon runner, died of a COVID infection. He was a prominent writer, an extraordinary human being, but utterly healthy. And that may have been, of course, more rare than an 82-year-old or a 91-year-old contracting COVID and dying, but it does happen. He is an individual.
Picture this. It's 7 a.m. Your alarm screams at you like it's personally offended by your existence. You roll out of bed, already feeling like you're behind.
Okay.
You check your phone, because of course you do, and there it
Sweetheart.
is, the world's happiest people staring back at you. The Instagram yogi doing a handstand.
Feeling stiff, sore, and injured is not a consequence of your old habits. It's a consequence of your old habits.
The Canada, United States line, white man, how dare you? That was kind of racist, white man too. But you know what I'm doing? You called me a privilege, right? You cannot be racist to white people because white people are the dominant race in this country.
I swear to God, I am so sick of white people.
Remember when white guys used to be cool?
Side eye, you know white men and white boys have not been cool in actual uncensored history.
Okay. Well, I guess it's gonna be like that then. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And as per usual, before we launch in, today's video is sponsored by Ground News. I also just wanted to say a really big thank you to everybody who left me a comment or emailed me or messaged me with relation to the last video that I made about losing my hearing and some of the other neurological things that have been going on. I just didn't realize how many people in this community are in the same boat. So it was simultaneously depressing to read that so many of you are also going through it. But also it was really comforting because it's nice to know that I'm not alone. So yeah, the overwhelming thoughtfulness and kindness completely blew me away. And funnily enough, some of my friends and loved ones were reading through your comments as well. And they were just like, Sydney, everyone's so nice. So biggest thank you for all of that. And I am going to take a lot of the advice that I was given and go and see some more professionals and go and get my brain scanned and do some other bits and pieces. And I am still trying to get through all your emails. So if I haven't responded yet, I haven't forgotten you guys. It's just, I just got a lot of them. So all of that aside, let's get into the video. So back in mid-2023, I actually made another video about this exact topic, which came about after I watched a street interview where a British woman was asking people, what are straight white men good for? And the responses were about what you'd expect.
What's a straight white man good for?
straight white men? Yeah. Not a lot.
Yes, this basically sums up the entire vibe of the video.
What are straight white men good for?
Wayne. Hmm, interesting.
This is my son, Charlie, who has profound autism.
Say hi, Charlie.
Shouldn't have vaccinated.
Immigration in Canada seems to be preferable over having your own children and having a family. The country would rather fill itself coast to coast with newcomers than for you to have children.
That's
That
good.
seems odd.
I'm down with
but
that.
Canada says it values families. At least that's what they tell us. Politicians campaign on supporting parents. But what if I told you the system is built to drain you the moment you choose to have kids? Today's episode is going to challenge everything you thought you knew about fairness in Canada's tax system.
Kids, I'll fucking go
We're
pick one
diving
up that
deep
fucking
into the
someone else
numbers,
dumped
the
off.
policies,
Oh,
and the
those ones
quiet
better.
schemes that make you wonder, are we essentially taxing children by proxy? And how does Canada stack up against other G7 countries when it comes to raising a family? Spoiler alert, it's not what you think. Let's go.
Welcome to Bakes on Things.
Welcome back to Bakes on Things. And this is a great episode on family, so stick with it. Like, subscribe, and comment. We want to hear everything you have to say.
Oh my god.
Let's start with the obvious. Do families with children pay more in tax than those without kids?
I don't really care,
Officially,
honestly.
no. But unofficially, well, it's complicated. See, since 2015, Canada eliminated several child-related tax credits, fitness credits, art credits, even income splitting for parents. Those were modest perks, but they added up for families and middle-class families in particular. And now, they're gone. Instead, the government brought in the Canada Child Benefit, which sounds great, right? I mean, it does give you up to $6,997 a year for a child under 6. And it's tax-free, but here's the catch. It's income tested. So middle and higher income families, you get less. Sometimes you get absolutely nothing at all. And that clawback,
maybe don't have babies
it creates
being, like,
something
That's stupid. Like, don't have babies depending that the government's gonna fucking support it financially. It's fucking stupid. Yeah.
When I had some association with Ben Shapiro, initially, a lot more of the
The worst.
pathological types came crawling out of the woodwork. And then when I aligned myself or
Fucking
partnered
so
with
in the
Daily
closet,
Wire, well then,
so
you know,
obsessed
the
with the
gates
gays.
flooded open. I don't exactly
being,
understand it. Like, what the hell is going on?
Everywhere I go, so people are noticing this.
With Ben
Now,
Shapiro?
you were noticing in 2017. I noticed for the first time significantly in early 2021, where I went to a conference and I was asked, I'm talking about the Frankfurt School and the critical theorists and their role in creating things like critical race theory. Back then, believe it or not, you had to have an argument about whether or not critical race theory was a critical theory, even though it's in the name. And so I was talking about the Frankfurt School and I'd get asked, what religion were they? They wanted me to point out that they were all of Jewish origin.
When I had some association with Ben Shapiro initially,
Ben Shapiro's the worst ever. He's just like so obviously in the closet because of his obsession with gays. Yes.
You might not believe the solution to my constant exhaustion was this easy. Here's how it happened. Night one.
Almost all of it on bureaucratic administration.
Pierre Poilievre brought the receipts and fact-checked Mark Carney and also some left-leaning journalists in today's press conference. Conservatives grilled the Liberals on their shady new accounting trick that smells a lot like, I don't know, is that desperation? Is that liar? I'm not quite sure. Maybe you can help me figure it out by the end of today's episode. I'm Jasmine Lane. This is Over Opinionated. Subscribe, follow, like, and comment your thoughts down below. We are up against the machine. CBC was just bragging about taking down an independent, right-leaning, conservative commentator on YouTube. So we got to be bigger than them, and I believe we can get there. Not for me either. I don't care. Listen, I'm doing my darndest here. I don't care about the views. I don't care about money. I don't care about any of that stuff. What I do care about is saving this country and opening the eyes of more people. So by sharing these videos, by talking about these ideas with people who you know, it goes a really, really long way. Also, Melanie Jolie, you know, she dreams of Canada being an energy and economic superpower, and wow, does she ever get roasted over the cold, hard truth with this one. All that and more coming up today on Over Opinionated.
I come to this House with one of the strongest mandates in the nation. And Mr. Speaker, you know how I earned it? I promised to rip this place down to the studs and start rebuilding a country we can recognize again. The Prime Minister this week showed he's here to do the opposite. Behind the pageantry and parades, he disrespected the crown by using the king to deliver a tired and empty speech and to distract Canadians from a simple truth. He's still stumbling forward on the heels of Justin Trudeau's failed record. Mr. Speaker, I have deep respect for our institutions, but what Canadians needed this week wasn't ceremonial flourishes. They needed substance, not sentiment, but solutions. Not more speeches from elites in suits, but action for people in coveralls. The farmers, the builders, the rig hands, the parents wondering how they'll afford groceries and heat at the same time. Canadians are tired of being lectured. They're tired of being told everything is fine when they can see with their eyes that it's not.
That right there is the cherry on top. And I think it's also the reason why so many people, historic amounts of people, voted Conservative in this past election. And we're going to get a lot more into some of the details of that. I actually stumbled upon a post that somebody had made that just, it deeply touched me. And that sounds bad. But it resonated with me big time. And I really want you to hear it because I think it might with you as well.
But after a decade of mismanagement and division from the Liberal front bench, that promise is fading. Alberta separatism is no longer a fringe idea. I heard it at the doors more times than I can count. And I'll tell you plainly, Alberta staying in Confederation is not up to me, and it's not up to the Liberal government. It's up to the people of Alberta. And the Albertans know that they have options. If this House continues to insult, abuse, and neglect Alberta, if it refuses to treat our people and our industries with the respect that they've earned, then the future of this country is not guaranteed. At any moment, this government could lose the confidence of the House.
Speaking of Alberta and Premier Danielle Smith, she was actually at the TELUS Convention Center in Calgary last night. And one of the people there had asked, how long are you going to allow Ottawa to stall the questions? And Smith replied with, Sunday. We'll give him till Sunday. And I'm only partly joking. She went on to say, for most of my time in this job, the Prime Minister doesn't show up. But with this new Prime Minister, he has met with us many times, and he's been Prime Minister for only a few short months.
He's going to be
coming to Alberta on Sunday to meet with the business leaders in the energy sector to get an idea of what Alberta wants. And so she essentially says, just following up here, I don't think we'll have to wait that long to find out whether his government is serious about changing its course, just a couple more days. Premier Smith had also emphasized during this speech that Alberta wants to be free from bureaucratic control from Ottawa. She actually repeated a couple of times, we want to be free. Andrew Lawton, who is a newly elected Conservative MP, had a pretty brilliant thing to say about this. And honestly, side note, but I am so impressed with the newcomers and the ones who I've gotten to hear speak so far. It is just, wow. The level of intellect, the level of thoughtfulness and insight.
I also got into politics to make Canada a freer place. In the last decade, the Liberals have put freedom in their crosshairs in more ways than I could list in the time I have here. The Liberals have tried to, in their paternalistic fashion, censor.
Oh, you okay?
Good? Okay.
What Canadians see and say online. The Liberals have told parents how to raise their children. They profess on one hand to support press freedom while banning independent journalists from even reporting on them, something that is a fundamental charter right in this country. These Liberals have threatened the charitable status of houses of worship and at the same time turned a blind eye to rampant vandalism and arsons of churches. Some actually turning a blind eye was not enough. They actively or tacitly condoned such actions.
Yeah, but usually when you can't
This
find out who
is
burnt
a
the building
party
down,
that has
usually it's a
imposed
fucking insurance
Laurentian elite
scam. Let's be
policies
clear.
on communities that never asked for them, and I can tell you, having gone through this election, do not want them. Mr. Speaker, I am here to tell the Liberals that their assaults on freedom will not stand. I am putting them on notice, Mr. Speaker, right now.
What an
I like it. It's mine. The prices blow my mind. I feel so rich.
an awesome first ever speech in the House of Commons. And my, oh my, he just gets even saucier. Seriously, I am just so very impressed.
Unlike the Prime Minister, who picks whichever passport is most convenient in a given moment, I actually love Canada.
Right?
Canada is
I
the only
actually
country
fucking
I've ever
live
called
here.
home. It's the only country
Like,
that
all
I
the
have
time.
any desire to be a
They
citizen
won't
of.
let
And
me
it is an
leave.
honor and a privilege to be a Canadian. I have always been proud of my country. I have always stood
We'll
for
fucking
my
spend
country.
like 4 months here and
Unlike
then fucking
liberals
after Grand
who
Prix, I fucking go
wrap
back to my
themselves
fucking
in the flag when
actual
it is
house
politically
Airbnb.
convenient. I am not a fair weather patriot. And we will always, on this side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, stand up for Canada and be proud in our Canadian identity and proud of our country. This means being proud in the institutions of this place, being proud of our history, being proud of the people who built this country, and standing for those who seek to celebrate and preserve Canada. So I do not take the fair weather patriots, those with their newfound celebration of Canadianism, with their flags still creased and wrapped in plastic practically, as they seek to lecture Canadians on what it means to be an elbows up Canadian. Mr. Speaker, I will always and have always waved the Canadian flag proudly, and I will not stand by while those who were denigrating people who did that years ago claim to have the moral high ground on what it means to be a Canadian now.
And speaking of that moral high ground virtue signaling, here is Lisa Hefner, who is a newly elected gal from Hamilton Mountain, Ontario.
I wore the red dress pin. I beaded myself under the tutelage of a master beater at an early age. I clearly do not have my teacher's talent, but the process of beading was painful and intensely meaningful. Let's all take time this June to reflect on the history of Indigenous peoples and how we can advance reconciliation.
Why would you a new liberal government? Is that what they say?
You got to hand it to them. Liberals are masters of symbolism. See, in the recent election, to convince people that they were no longer the party of reckless spenders, they abruptly replaced a leader who looked like a reckless teenage trust fund baby with a stern-looking banker. The jet black, carefully groomed hair replaced the uncombed surfer dude hairstyle. The corporate dress shoes replaced the childish running shoes. The MBA lingo replaced the dreamy rhetoric. The spend less, invest more slogan replaced the budgets will balance themselves rhetoric of Justin Trudeau. Wow, what a change. But do the numbers back up the symbolism? Well, we found out this week. Prime Minister Carney tabled his first spending package before the House of Commons, called the main estimate. See, government has to get the approval of the House of Commons to do any spending. So they put forward this package, and it will stack up against the previous Trudeau spending. And to be fair, Mr. Carney's spending is not as bad as Trudeau's. It's worse to start with. We know that he inherited a morbidly obese Liberal government, and he promised to, quote, spend less. But his first spending bill will increase costs by 8% more than Trudeau did in his last year in office. Let's get this straight. Justin Trudeau doubled our national debt and nearly doubled the cost of government. And Mark Carney was elected to bring those costs down. And in the first year after taking office, the year when you would expect him to take action against those out of control costs, he actually increased them by 8%. In fact, the spending will grow almost 3 times faster than the combined rate of inflation and population growth. It is a $500 billion spending bill with no budget.
You know what I think is the most enjoyable about Mark Carney's new plan? That includes $486.9 billion of spending, which is over or just under $40 billion more from what the previous government wanted to increase our spending to. So that includes $26 billion on consultants. That also includes nothing, no biggie here, just a $42 million pay bump for the CBC. Kind of makes you wonder why they talk to the Liberals the way that they do. And also defense spending, which climbed to $1.79 billion annually. Just a reminder, though, in order for Canada to meet its 2% NATO target, it would need to be somewhere around about $40 billion. So doing the math here, if they just didn't hire $26 billion in consultants, or even just the $42 million bump for CBC specifically, not every Canadian media outlet, only the CBC, $42 million on top of the 1 point whatever billion that they already get every single year, we could actually meet our NATO target quite quickly. You know, the whole thing with consultants that just blows my mind, and I am fully in the belief that consultant fees, especially, like, I'm like, bro, we hired you to do the job. If you feel like you need $26 billion of advice in order to complete it, you probably shouldn't have gotten the job then. Like, that's a little outrageous. Don't you think? That sounds a little bit like, I don't know, maybe like some weird backdoor deals and money laundering. I don't know. I'm just going to throw that out there. The one thing that is missing from this massive increase in spending with no plan, no budget, by the way, is the $129 billion in election promises, which were not added to that list at all.
Great economist
This week.
of England that got
Here's the 2-minute story of how I built a $10 million a year online business and how my
COVID
mistakes and
crisis and
successes
Brexit.
can help you build your business too. Ready? In 2006, I started a mobile bartending.
Mark Carney introduced $500 billion of spending with no budget. The first time that has happened in decades. Not only that, but he's increasing government spending by 8%, with the lion's share of that spending going to bloated bureaucracy, consultants, and contractors. Bureaucracy will go up by 6%. That's more than double the combined rate of inflation and population growth. Consultants are going to go up by 37% to $26 billion a year. The average Canadian family will now spend $1,400 on federal government consultants alone. Contractors get more money. And let's be clear, the extra spending Mr. Carney has asked Parliament's approval on is not for investments. It's for money that's out the door and gone forever, almost all of it on bureaucratic administration and other high-priced consultants. That is totally irresponsible. It's clear that Mark Carney is even more expensive than Justin Trudeau. This $500 billion spending bill will drive up inflation, interest rates above and beyond what they would otherwise be, at a time when we've got a record increase in people who are unable to pay their bills. According to Equifax, delinquencies are up. The number of people missing mortgage payments is up. 2 million people are lined up at food banks. And we have desperation in the streets. People cannot afford an even more expensive Liberal government. And that is why I'm announcing today that Conservatives will vote against this $500 billion of inflationary, irresponsible, out of control Liberal spending.
But don't worry, guys, because the Liberals are giving you a 1% income tax break, even though they ran the entire campaign saying that Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives were dumb and stupid and it wasn't a plan to cut income taxes, and then they go ahead and do it at a much lower percentage.
I recall that Mr. Poilievre, when COVID began, his solution was, let's have a tax cut. His response with the tariff war and the revenue that the government is collecting from the retaliatory tariffs, he said, I'm going to use that to cut taxes.
And then brag about how much money it's going to save you, which, by the way, is about $840 a year when you factor all of that in. And that's for a 2-income family. So slash that in half if you are just a single income household.
We are cutting taxes for nearly 22 million Canadians, saving families up to $840 per year. And we eliminated the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes up to $1 million. We will continue to bring down costs to fight crime and create one Canadian economy.
You know what I think is really important to recognize? The fact that they say, oh, it's for people, whatever, if you're buying a home for the first time. under $1 million. That is insane. Okay. Like if you were to go anywhere else in the world and $1 million was the going rate for what a house would cost you, people would look at you like you're crazy. In the United States, as an example, $1 million house is like a mansion of a house, depending on where you live. Obviously, really densely populated areas are different. Whereas in Canada, $1 million house or something very close to it is like your basic starter home. That's how much it costs. That's insane.
The problem is so large, the housing problem is so large, that we need to catalyze a different mode of building a large number of homes, not all homes, but a large number of homes. And we can do that by building at scale ourselves first. More modular, more prefab, more reinforced timber, cheaper processes to build. We think we can build about 20% cheaper just in overall capital costs.
I wonder if our real crisis is not, in fact, we just need to build cheaper homes. Duh. Why weren't you doing that for the last 10 years?
We're waiting for all
Maybe our problem is actually our own bureaucracy, our own processes in order to get things done. Could also be, as Bank of Canada confirmed, 1 million foreign students allowed into Canada by the Liberal government, which accounted for a larger share of workers in low-skilled occupations, replacing Canadian-born workers.
Let's be honest with Canadians. We don't need to renew the consensus on immigration, the one that's fueled the Liberal political ambition for a decade. We need to rebuild this country for Canadians. We don't need to gaslight working families into acceptance of out-of-control immigration while wages stagnate, house prices explode, and services collapse. We need to restore common sense and put Canadians first in their own country. We don't need more empty promises. We need paychecks you can raise a family on, homes you can actually afford, and streets you feel safe walking down. We need less gatekeeping, less government, and a whole lot more grit.
Could be that our housing has essentially been at a standstill, not because of anything other than policy, because people want to do things. But how on earth can you
take charge of your health with the #1 doctor-recommended multivitamin? Up top, Centrum. You did it.
Can you do something when the government is standing in your way?
The Liberals claim they want to make Canada an energy superpower, but they forget it's their record over the last decade that has decimated our energy sector and kept our resources in the ground. Their oil and gas production cap will kill tens of thousands of jobs and cost our economy $20 billion. Their industrial carbon tax will cost Canadian businesses and consumers and make Canada less affordable and less competitive. Their legislation, Bill C-69, is blocking energy infrastructure and making us more dependent on the United States. The solution is easy. Will the Prime Minister repeal Liberals' costly anti-energy laws?
Know that we are in a trade war that has been launched by the U.S. And we know that hardworking Canadians are feeling the grunt of this trade war, particularly in the manufacturing sector, particularly in the auto, steel, aluminum sectors. And we continue to fight for them. That's why we will make sure that we invest in them, that we work on making sure that we attract the investments across the world while making sure that we grow the fastest economy of the G7.
I would just reiterate, though, the government is not saying anything about the big problems. You have to get rid of C-69 because it blocks projects. And even if the government decides it's going to circumvent C-69 on individual projects, there will be dozens of other projects that we might not even know about because investors will not come forward as long as they risk having to face the worst approval system in the world. Get rid of C-69. The shipping ban. How are you going to have a pipeline to the West Coast if you can't ship from the West Coast? The idea would not even get off the ground unless you get rid of C-48, the West Coast shipping ban. The energy production cap means that future pipelines might not be able, the government of Canada might not allow enough production to fill future pipelines, which reduces the likelihood of a pipeline builder would come along and build it. So these sort of like picking 5 or 10 projects that the government favors, it might be better than nothing, but it's not the solution that we need to get things built. We need to repeal C-69, C-48, the energy cap, The electric vehicle mandate.
And in this same press conference earlier today, a reporter quoted the Toronto Star, awesome, and decided to try to call out Pierre Poilievre for being a bad leader. And then she got severely fact-checked.
Are you worried about a challenge to your leadership, Mr. Poilievre?
No.
The Toronto Star actually though reported about a conservative advisor saying that you were the reason that your party lost. Are you the reason?
We got 2.4 million more votes, 25 more seats. We had the biggest vote count in our party's history, the biggest increase in our party's history, the biggest vote share since 1988. And we're going to continue to work to get over the finish line. Thank you.
I wanted to share with you, this is a tweet or a post made by Jinglei He, who wrote, I don't want to hear any more people saying that Pierre Poilievre blew a 30-point lead, because he didn't. He peaked at around 47% right when Trudeau resigned and got 41.3% during the election. The question we should be asking is how the Liberal Party managed to go from 16% in the polls to 43% in 3 months, and whether or not the NDP secretly colluded with the Liberals by purposely sabotaging their own party just to stop a Conservative victory. We Conservatives also need to come up with new strategies and think outside the box in dealing with this new version of the United Left. Otherwise, we may never win another election ever again. Pierre Poilievre was literally up against everything, and yet he still managed to retain 41.5% of the vote and earn the trust of 8.1 million Canadians. If you can do basic math, it means he lost roughly 5 to 7% of support due to the Trump tariff threats and lost many winnable seats due to other factors that were out of his control, such as the NDP purposely tanking their party, which significantly helped the Liberals. Pierre Poilievre ran one of the best campaigns ever, and I'm confident he will win a majority government in the next election. Conservatives will get the final laugh in this. Just watch.
As we are at a hinge moment in Canada's history, it is a more dangerous and divided world, unfortunately. Geopolitical risks are rising, and they are threatening our sovereignty.
No, they aren't. And I would also argue as a fact that the only thing that is dividing us is our own government. That's it, because that's how they win. That's very evident. And I'm pretty freaking tired of hearing, oh, the geopolitical, global, blah, blah, blah. Shut up, please, stop. Like, this is just a broken record. It's nonsense. And just because you repeat something a lot doesn't make it true. Grow up. Jeez. I'm Jasmine Lane. This is Over Opinionated. Subscribe, follow, like, comment your thoughts down below. And again, share this video, share these ideas with everybody that you can, so that we can, I don't know, have a Canada that we're really proud of again. That would be a nice thing to live in. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
From the beach to your backyard, summer looks good on you. Quit smoking with hypnosis. Yeah, right. Instead, start stopping with Thrive.
Whiskey. Whiskey. Good job. Thank you for alerting me. Now we know that there's a little dog there. Good job, mister. That a boy. That's a good boy. Thank you.
Stop it. Okay, come on. Come. Let's go. Get inside. Now who's talking garbage stuff here? Shut up! Stop! Get inside. Time out.
Hi, sorry to bother you again. I never received a call back for. Yeah, it was to get a laxative for my dog instead of the probiotic. 438 951 6007. Yeah. Yeah, I will. Thanks.
board, we had Zoom calls with the premier, myself, and our members, and he promised us that the system he would unveil in which he ended up doing, last year, would not have winners and losers. He's broken that promise to us, and he looked us right in the eye that this wouldn't happen. So the system they have right now, we weren't told that they were going to do this. This is just so you if you're a grocery store, and try to picture yourself as an independent grocery store, you're operating on overall margins of 2%.
Yeah.
Space is extremely limited. Where the heck does the customer bring those dirty bottles and cans into your store? Where are they going to deposit them so that people, is this supposed to enhance the shopping experience? So you smell still.
There's not a shed out
walk in.
There's not a shed out back or close to the place where you exchange the
Well,
gas
they have
propane.
to go in. The customer has to bring them into the store.
Okay.
Then we do have to find space in the store because the grocery stores have to take back the empties, the cans and bottles, even if they're bought at the LCBO, the beer store, or a convenience store.
Point made.
They have to take them back.
The first thing I think is, well, you can figure that out if the money is worthwhile. Isn't it worthwhile for you? Because I'm going to make one stop. I'm going to your independent grocery store. So, hey, you're making money off of me buying booze there. Certainly for that convenience, it would be worthwhile you guys figuring it out.
No, because, and I just have to explain to you the business model again of an independent. So we're on an overall margin of 2%. That is not a lot. So if you're taking back these empties, Jim, and you're going to have to find a place to sort them, clean them, and store them, which is what we're being asked to do, something in the store is coming out.
Mm-hmm.
So you're losing revenue from those products that are coming out of the store. What products would those be? I'm all ears if the government has some suggestions, and to be offered 2 cents even.
Welcome to the mental health hotline. If you are obsessive compulsive, press 1 repeat.
Hello. Yeah. Laxaday? Yeah. And sometimes it would have this like a handful of times that I use lactose, which they usually give me pretty easily. Sorry, what was the whole thing?
Order the product from 10% to 15% for the bars, restaurants, and again, the 7-Elevens, the convenience stores, but he excluded the grocery stores. It should be actually the reverse of what they should have been contemplating, that the stores that have to take back all these empties, they should have had their allowance increased, and it was left the same at the 10%. It's like they're deliberately trying to shaft, I'll pick my words carefully, the independent grocers of Ontario.
I'm running out of time, but I knew back when we had Stubbies that the Stubbies could be cleaned in almost anybody. We had a universal bottle. I thought that was the point of recycling them. If I buy a Stella now, is it going back to the Stella company or going back to wherever brews it here in North America? That can't be happening. Why can't we just put them in our blue bin?
It's a good question. The other question we asked that one, and the other question we've asked is, why can't they go back to the LCBO? The LCBO doesn't sell food.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Gary, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Jim. Have a good weekend.
You too. Canadian Federation of Independent Grocery Stores. He got me, folks. He got me. I've changed my stance on all of this. Gary Sands. In a moment, what if a stranger disciplined your kids? How would you feel? 5:16. News Talk at 10:09 traffic.
Well, Jim, problems to deal with now involving a transport truck involved in a collision. This happened on the eastbound 401 in the Collectors. Past Dixie, center lane is blocked. So it's a Friday, it's rush hour. That is why you're seeing quite the delay just in the Collectors, though. From as far back as the 410, the express lanes are moving a whole lot better. 401 on the westbound side, that's an hour delay to make your way from Kennedy and sections out to the 427. The good news, no problems to pass along. Southbound 400, MTO still reporting problems at Lloydtown, Aurora Road. Left lane out, that is following an ongoing stalled vehicle. And checking out your drive along the northbound lanes of the Don Valley Parkway. Still busy, but improving a bit as you head from Don Mills up to the 401. Southbound delays over the 401 to south of Winford. Off the major, it's a collision on Leslie and Steeles. News Talk 10:10 weather for your night tonight. Mainly cloudy skies with a chance of rain and a thunderstorm. Lows heading down to 11. Right now, we're currently sitting at 24 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. At Specsavers, when you buy 2 pairs from $149, you can get free polarized lenses in your second pair for a limited time. Conditions apply. See specsavers.ca. I'm Adjoa and Sia Bois. Your next update at 5:30 on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
Welcome to Nissan's Road Trip 101. Step 1, choose the Nissan Sentra. 2, enjoy your fave playlist with Apple CarPlay. 3, head somewhere that doesn't have mosquitoes. During Nissan's Decide and Drive event, lease the Sentra S Plus from only $279 a month for 60 months, including a $1,500 bonus, or the equivalent in an accessory credit, or 3 years of prepaid maintenance. Until June 2nd, on approved credit, value of $25,755, $2,649 down. Conditions apply. Details at Nissan.
Hello and welcome to the mental health hotline. If you are...
Yeah.
Hi, baby.
Hi.
What time the pharmacy closes at?
I'll look. Hang on.
Huh?
I'll look. Give me a second. Probably 9 or 10 because it's Friday.
Okay, we're good if that's the case because I finish at 7.
Okay. Yeah. No, they close at 9.
Okay. So I have time either way to either stop on the way or go grab it, I guess.
No, and the secretary I talked to was also a different secretary, so she had no idea what the fuck I was talking about.
Yeah, she didn't even know your name. She was like, is this Jack's mother? I'm like, yeah.
No, it's like fucking the staff this morning. It was just like they're pretty fucking useless. Like I don't even understand why it took so long and why they give me probiotic take days for it to start having an effect. And you need something fucking now.
Maybe that's what Tamara meant.
What?
But you know when she was sharing out shitty service over there, shit like that.
Yeah, but it you have to get the right vet because like I've had a lot of really great vets, but the practice whenever I'd see a different vet, the guy was usually a fucking idiot. Like,
yeah.
Anyway.
And then Cody said that if let's say laxative is super expensive or whatnot, he said that baby laxative could also work.
Yeah,
better
but you know what? I looked it up and it said that no, it's not safe to give dogs baby laxative because sometimes they have what the aspirin in it.
Oh, that's not good for the dog. It's gonna fucking kill it.
Well, that's why I would have already done that by now because I was gonna say if you're not gonna give it to me, then I'm just gonna go to the pharmacy and get baby laxative because like fucking this is stupid. Like I don't understand why it's taking so fucking like as if I'm lying about my dog being constipated. Like I know what a fucking constipation is. Like
yeah.
So not like I'm gonna overdose him on constipation medication. Like fucking anyway.
Yeah.
Because his nose started bleeding again. I know that there's like something stuck in there because I saw it start to come out. And then he sniffed it back in.
Fuck. It's gonna come out at some point.
I know, but
I know that with the antibiotic, it's gonna reject it more and more.
Well, I didn't give him his painkiller. That's why he's shaking again. Because I didn't give him his painkiller. Because that's probably what's constipating him.
Yeah, it actually.
When have you ever taken painkiller and not gotten like fucking slightly like fucking?
No, just when I take naproxen, they're not even close to be a painkiller, and they fucking jam me. So.
Yeah. Anyway.
Question: did you have any money left from yesterday shopping?
No.
Okay. Because I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I'll get it on my way or when I come back home.
Well, there's $180 here.
Huh?
There's $180 here.
Oh, that's right. I left you $200 this morning.
That's why you feel like giving no money?
Yeah, a little bit. No, I totally forgot. I gave you $200. So yeah, I'll finish at 7. Finish. It closes at 9. You said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. I'll have time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Love you.
Okay, I love you, baby. I'll talk to you in a bit.
See you later.
Bye.
The My Choice sales event is back at Nissan and the choice is yours. Choose our best-selling Rogue, always ready for adventure, or the dynamic Sentra, packed with safety features, or the all-new boldly redesigned Kicks. And now during My Choice, you can choose up to $1,500 in Nissan bonus or accessory credit, or choose 3-year prepaid maintenance. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today. $1,500 applies to Sentra and select Rogue models when leasing or financing through NCF. Conditions apply. See nissan.ca for details.
Your voice to News Talk 1010 Toronto. Talk or text 416-872-1010. Now, more with Jim Richards.
A couple of things that I wanted to tell you about that we just are hearing from our CP24 CTV newsroom, and apparently from Twitter. Breaking: Brad Bradford to run again for Toronto mayor in the next municipal election. It's about 18 months away. There's a article written about it in iPolitics. Bradford preparing to run for mayor. I guess it is kind of important in these things to be maybe the first person, so you get your name out there when there's nobody else occupying that space. And I'm guessing Josh Matlow will. I don't know if Olivia Chow will. I don't know that she'll do that well, given how these two huge tax increases are going to be attached to her. I don't know if John Tory would. I know that a lot of people are talking about maybe Tory could run again. But Brad Bradford, Josh Matlow is also going to run. I wouldn't be shocked. But Brad Bradford running, I mean, I'm telling, like, that's not a shock. Despite the fact that everybody in political circles said that he didn't do a very good job at his first campaign, I do think in terms of name recognition and municipal politics being a big thing, that guy won't miss an opportunity when a microphone is stuck in front of his face to comment. And I guess he's never coming on the show again. But he never will. Hey, do you want to talk about whatever? He'll come on, and he's a decent dude. Although, famously, I'll always remember when he said he thought I lived in his famously, I remember he's like, hey, let me know if you want to go for a beer one time. And I was like, yeah, I don't live in your riding. He's like, oh, no, that's not true. He said, hey, let me know if you want to go for a beer one time. And I said, oh, I do a national show. I don't really talk about Toronto issues. He's like, oh, well, who should I go for a beer with? Which seemed to me like, hey, he didn't want to go for a beer because I couldn't help him. Anyway, Deb Hutton also sends us forwards us a press release that we're just seeing right now. It's a statement from Canada Post. The statement says Canada Post requests a vote by the union, Canada Post Union Cup W, representing employees of the corporation's final offer. They want a vote on it. It was given to the union a couple of days ago on May the 28th. There will be details on that coming up in the news in about 5 minutes time. There's an article that I saw and enjoyed, and I really would love to hear your input, because I think parents would freak out if anybody corrected their kid.
What?
Like, there's a difference between disciplining your kid. There's this famous scene in Mad Men where a kid knocks the table over and a vase falls to the ground, and then one other person that's at this house party ends up smacking the kid pretty hard. Crash, vase falls.
Hey, don't run in the house. What's going on? The kid knocked over a drink. You can tell him this is not a jungle gym. Ernie, Did you hear Mr. Fairley said? Did you say you were sorry? Do you want some more? No.
Do you want some more is what the father says to the kid. Do you want some more? Meaning, do you want the other guy to discipline you more? I think that people would freak out at that these days. I don't think that you would want anybody touching your kid, and I think rightfully so. But what about you're on the subway and you see a kid putting their feet up on the seat, and an elderly lady kind of nudges your foot off the seat, your kid's foot off the seat. Is that bad or good?
No, be a fucking owl.
In the article in The Atlantic, they talk about how once upon a time, and in other parts of the world, in Europe and other parts of the globe, that it would be more of a, I don't want to get into politics thing, but it is more of a community that's raising a kid, and that you would correct certain behaviors. Like, it would be okay if you're around and your kid's manners at a table were challenged. Do you feel that way? Like any kind of communication, any kind of correction, not talking about hitting, not talking about yelling and screaming or grabbing, but any kind of correction. The article in The Atlantic is saying, yeah, you know what, we'd probably be better if we're all kind of communally kind of raising young people by kind of giving them talks about what is right and wrong, or is that solely the purpose of the parent? That if you heard that a man on the bus told your kid to get their feet off the seat, like it could be that, right? It could be, it's not necessarily, hey, that kid smacked my kid's butt, or that parent or that man or that stranger was yelling at my kid. What if your kid was being a jerk? Because kids can be jerks, right? Doesn't mean they're bad kids, but they might be having a super a whole bunch of fun. But what if somebody that you do not know, or even if it's somebody that you do know, yells at your kid to stop that? You're going to get hurt. Any number of different things. Is that okay? Because this article, this column in The Atlantic, they're talking to all sorts of experts, and they're talking about how once upon a time, that's how it was. But now people are afraid to say anything when a kid unsupervised might be acting like a jerk, doing something that could hurt themselves, any number of different things. Like, because I do think that most parents, even if you said, hey, get your feet off the seat. Hey, do something. Don't do that. Don't do this. That's not cool. Show some manners. Say thank you. Would you do that to a stranger? Would you do that to a kid? Or are you afraid of any repercussions from another parent? 416-872-1010. 416-872-1010. Let's say hi here to Igor. Igor, is it okay to discipline somebody else's kid? And again, I'm not talking about I'm not necessarily, but maybe in some cases am talking about disciplining them physically in terms of like a slap on the wrist sort of stuff. Is it ever okay?
I think with slaps on the wrist, it's maybe crossing the line a little bit. But what I would say to your point is, I think the crux of this issue is when you would correct a child's behavior, and rightfully so, the parents would interpret that as an attack on their parenting style, when in reality, I think everyone should take it as it's a hard full-time job being a parent, and someone helping you out doesn't mean necessarily you're doing a poor job. It's just we're all looking out for each other, and we're trying to build a better community all together.
Yeah, I've been to so many like family type restaurants, maybe just having wings watching a sports game, and you know the kids are playing in the aisles of the restaurant, and I would like somebody to say something. The parents aren't going to do anything. What's wrong with saying, hey, go back to your seat and sit down? Parents are going to get angry, but maybe they shouldn't be angry. Maybe the parents are being jerks for allowing their kid to do that.
Yeah, I think fundamentally a lot of times parents are just being kind of perhaps inconsiderate, and at that point, that's probably when you're going to feel the most amount of pushback from the parents.
Okay. Appreciate your phone call. 416-872-1010. 416-872-1010. 5:30 in Toronto. News Talk 1010 Time Saver Traffic.
Problems continue to linger out on the eastbound 401 collectors past Dixie. It's the center lane still out with this collision involving a transport truck. No emergency crews on scene and very slow from the 410 just in the collector lanes. Rest of the 401 has been very busy, but at least no issues. Find it getting busier on the northbound 427 as you head from Dundas right on up towards the 401. And Niagara on the QEW, it's busy in sections in towards Mississauga, Oakville, Burlington, and into Hamilton. Off the major, a collision on Leslie and Steeles. Time saver traffic, Imagua and Siaya-Bois. Your next update at 5:45 on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
The My Choice sales event is back at Nissan and the choice is yours. Choose our best-selling Rogue, always ready for adventure, or the dynamic Sentra, packed with safety features, or the all-new boldly redesigned Kicks. And now during My Choice, you can choose up to $1,500 in Nissan bonus or accessory credit, or choose 3-year prepaid maintenance. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today. $1,500 applies to Sentra and select Rogue models when leasing or financing through NCF. Conditions apply. See nissan.ca for details.
It's so embarrassing when everyone's talking about the HBO original The White Lotus, but you haven't watched it because you don't have Crave. And they ask you who your favorite character is, and you say, White Lotus? And then they tell you, that's the name of the hotel.
Switch your phone plan to Bell and get Crave on us and start streaming The White Lotus, all on Canada's fastest 5G Plus network. Available on select phone plans when you bring your own phone. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/rate plans for details. Bell, mobile plans just got better.
Golf's biggest stars have dominated the major season. It's a Scheffler showcase. But now the toughest test awaits with the game's ultimate prize at stake. The U.S. Open, June 12th to the 15th on TSN and TSN Plus.
Amazon has everything for every kind of Father's Day. Whether that's a waffle maker for his beloved breakfast in bed.
Come to Papa.
Or new pickleball paddles for some friendly father-son competition.
Come to Papa. Yeah!
Or gifts like a steel shaker for his signature Dad Hatton cocktail.
Come to Papa.
From cookware to sports gear, shop everything for Father's Day on Amazon.
Introducing Bryan Adams Radio on iHeartRadio. Hosted by Bryan Adams himself.
Join me for an insider look on a wild ride through 40 years of global rock and roll.
Bryan Adams Radio. Now available on the free iHeartRadio app. Or ask your smart speaker to play Bryan Adams Radio on iHeartRadio.
Who's ready to rock? Kids wanna rock.
Many people suffer from anxiety and depression. They feel an immense sense of despair. I'm Nainish Kotak, and at Kotak Law, we help clients who've been denied long-term disability. Often, insurance companies deny disability claims on the basis that there's insufficient medical evidence. We fight for your right to receive the compensation you deserve. If you've been denied long-term disability, don't give up. Visit kotaklaw.com today.
Your long-term disability firm, Kotak Law.
Hey, it's Bill Carroll. I want to talk to you about my friend Frank Leo. Alexander wanted to move back to England after the passing of his wife. It was very sad and very stressful. Didn't want to have to go through the process of disposing of his furniture and possessions, but he knew he had to call Frank Leo and Associates, the #1 RE/MAX team in the GTA. They serve all over Ontario, as a matter of fact, with over 35 years of experience and that multi-million-dollar marketing system I tell you about. Frank and the team sprung into action, and in just 1 week, had 15 offers, were able to secure an incredible $280,000 over asking. Alexander was amazed, of course, but the fact that he was able to leave all the furniture and possessions, didn't want to remove, and all of the stress too, made it just that much better. If you're thinking of making a move, call the only team I trust and recommend in the GTA, Frank Leo and Associates, 416-917-5466. That's 416-917-LION, or go to getleo.com. That's getleo.com, and start packing with confidence.
No one's getting spanked.
One of us is going to have to do it.
This is Jim Richards on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
Read an article in The Atlantic about someone who was on the subway and they had realized that an elderly woman had corrected his daughter and he felt like his parenting was being attacked. And he was wondering whether or not he should feel that way or if he should be grateful that somebody is helping raise his child. I think a lot of people, the knee-jerk reaction would be, as a caller said just before the break, that you're being attacked by your parenting, about your parenting. And often, I think when this topic is discussed, it's talked about in the manner of, oh, I don't want somebody hitting my kid. But what if it was just like a quick yelling to, whether the kid's safety might be in question or that they're just acting like jerks? What would be wrong with that? Could an adult not talk to your kid and maybe in a strict or a firm voice? Is that always a bad thing? That you would be mad that somebody else yelled at your kid? Now, I get it that there are a lot of people who are, get off my lawn, who are going to be mad at anything kids do. But I was interested in this article because they were asking a whole bunch of experts and they were saying, hey, like back in the day, wasn't it different? And all of these child rearing experts were like, yeah, it basically did take a village. And people didn't hesitate. Neighbors, teachers, shopkeepers, even strangers on the street felt empowered and often morally obligated to correct a child's misbehavior, scold them for lack of manners, break up a fight, or escort a wandering kid back home and say, here's your kid, they've been up to this or that. I mean, today, I don't think that would happen. Today, you would be like, that's my job. So, I mean, what's the job? To bring your kid home to your house and say, your kid was doing this, this, and this. Your kid was starting this fight. Your kid was going to get hit by a car, any number of different things. Your kid was acting up. Lead me home to your parents right now and give them an earful. Like, what if somebody's yelling at your kid, but it's for your kid's best interest because they were doing something that would break their arm or something, playing in traffic? I don't know. So many North American adults hesitate to correct a stranger's child in public. And the author says, I wish we weren't there so much. 416-872-1010. 416-872-1010. I think most of you, I don't have any kids, most of you would probably be a little upset if somebody yelled at your kids. Or maybe, like, even in the slightest little case, like the guy decided to write this about whether or not he should have felt bad for allowing his daughter to bring her feet up on the subway seat when a stranger, an elderly woman, kind of kindly looked at him as he nudged his daughter's feet off, as she nudged his daughter's seat off the seat. Yikes. 416-872-1010. 416-872-1010. As a society, can't this, I mean, I guess that there is a line in the sand about how you want people talking to your kid. But as a society, isn't it, to a certain extent, it takes a village? Listen, the historians, the child rearing experts are all telling us this is the way it used to be. But I think we'd all freak out if somebody yelled at our kid. Carl, am I wrong?
It's Cal. Sorry,
Cal. My fault.
No, I agree with you. And I'm reluctant to say things to other people's kids. But I'll tell you, when my kids were young, and just to age myself, my kids now have kids that are of this age. Sometimes the kids act like jerks in public. And you do the best you can, but sometimes they still act up. And there's nothing better to correct a kid than have a stranger say to them, hey, you shouldn't do that. Boy, does it ever set them straight in the ways that a parent sometimes can't. And it really is helpful.
Yeah.
But there's so many people just take that personally, and they shouldn't.
It's interesting that you say that. One of the examples in the article is one of the kids shaking their feet on the back of a seat at a movie theater, and the parent kept on saying, don't do that, don't do that. And then a woman turned around and said, don't do that. The kid stopped. At the end of the movie, the kid and that strange woman They made eye contact. She smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. And that was what changed the behavior. When the mom saying nonstop, it was just you're numb to your mom, I guess. And when a stranger does it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They just hear their parents always telling them no, no, no. But when a stranger says no, it holds a degree of authenticity that the parents don't have.
Yeah. I've always wondered that. I've always been like, I wonder if it would help the parent if me, being a stranger, said, you know what? Your mom's right. You shouldn't do that. You're going to fall out of the grocery cart. Chantel, is it okay to, again, I think when we talk about this in the past, maybe we say disciplining a stranger's kid, it means hitting. Nobody wants to do that. But correcting, is it off bounds?
I don't think it's off bounds to correct. I think that as a society, we've become so adverse to not wanting correction ourselves. It's not a bad thing. I just think that we don't do it in the best way sometimes. So I wouldn't want anyone touching my child.
What is the place and the time where you would think it would be acceptable?
I think it's acceptable to correct anywhere, but in a loving way. I think having a graceful way of doing it and a loving way of doing it does help the situation. And I've seen many parents thank a stranger for saying something to their child in public settings when the child wasn't listening.
Interesting.
So I think it's just the way we do it.
Yeah, I think when we think of this happening, like somebody yelling at a kid, we think of typical old, never happy, get off my lawn guy, but It's not always that, right? Thanks for the phone call. Mark, would you have a problem if somebody spoke to your kids or corrected your kids?
No, not at all, because I've done it myself, So I have a 4-year-old, and I take him to the park, and there's these 7, 8, 9-year-olds, and they're riding around with their bikes, whizzing by him. If they crashed into him, it would be disastrous. So I've told them, I've literally yelled at them, and I said, don't come near him. It's kind of like a wake-up call to them. It's like their parents have never done it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's great. Good story. Thank you. Here's John on News Talk 1010. Do you ever hesitate to talk to a stranger's kid if they're acting up?
Talking to me now, John?
I am, John. Go ahead.
Hi. Sorry about that. I personally don't know how I would feel depending on the context, but recently I had somebody talk to my 3-year-old, and we were on a plane. And I was telling her she's a little bit hyperactive. So I said to my girl, I said, please stop kicking the chair because people want to relax. She understands me and she does abide, but she's 3. So,
Yeah.
And I know the people around me could hear me saying that, but the woman in front eventually stood up and gave my daughter a bit of an earful, and she kind of demanded her. And I didn't really get upset, nor did my wife. But the way she went at my kid was a little bit harsh, but that's reality. And I think.
Did you think she was secretly backing you up as a parent, or did you think that it's just an angry woman who was at her wit's end?
I think she was an angry woman at her wit's end, just given by a few things. I don't want to be too judgmental on the radio, but I think she was just an angry woman, even by her eyes, because I tried to say to her, okay, what can you tell me that's going to help my daughter? What can you, I said, please. I forgot her name now, but she just wanted everything perfect by the way.
But it would have been good. You would have welcomed it if somebody just stood up and said, your mom and dad are right. It's bothering me what you're doing. Could you please listen to your mom and dad?
I would have loved that. And in fact, today working downtown, where I'm working on a production, a guy was handling, his son reminded me of my daughter trying to cross the road. And we're filmed, so we have the road blocked off, and it was crossing, and he had to pick up his son. And I said to the kid as he walked by, in a friendly way, not in a grotesque way, I said, "Listen to your dad." And the father said, "Did you hear him?" And because I get it, but I don't want to be rude.
Sure, I think that's a good way to do it, John. Thank you for your phone call, Susan. I got about 30 seconds here. Can you go quick?
Sure. We had our kitchen redone and a neighbor wanted to see it. So she came in with her husband and her 2 boys, 6 and 8. The whole time we're looking at the kitchen, they're running in circles and yelling and screaming. Their parents did nothing. Finally, one of the boys started punching my dog. And that's when I finally had enough and said, please don't punch my dog. The parents still didn't say anything.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Well, you did the right thing. And the dog, like a random dog, you got a good dog. A random dog could have bit the kid's hand off.
Golden retriever. Like
Yeah,
he's just sitting
yeah,
there.
no, he's gonna lick the kid to death. Thank you, Susan. Appreciate it. All right, oddest jobs you've ever had. We want to hear from you in the moment. Weird jobs like bridesmaid for hire, professional cuddler, professional wine stander. Have you had one of those jobs? We'll talk to somebody who wrote the contents of the fortune cookie in a moment. Right now it is 5:55. News Talk 10 times to the Trump.
5? Okay, we'll go with that. 5:55 if you're making your way out on the major route. So we are dealing with quite a few problems. All of a sudden, a bunch of issues popped up. So we'll start with problems on the northbound lanes of the 404 north of the 407. It's the HOV and the left lane blocked with the collision, as well as the right lane blocked with emergency crews also involved in this situation. So checked it with our Waze maps. It's about a 45-minute setback from Don Mills. Bail at Don Mills. Use Don Mills as an alternative just to see yourself through. On to the 401, new issues westbound in the express at the 400. The left lane is out with the stall. And eastbound QEW, it's on the ramp that takes you to Erin Mills Parkway. Two right lanes of that ramp blocked with a collision. Off the major, it's a collision on Lawrence and Midland. News Talk 1010 weather for your night tonight. Mainly cloudy skies with a 40% chance of showers. We could see a thunderstorm. Lows heading down to 11 degrees. Right now, we're currently sitting at 23 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Did you know you could be at risk for getting severe COVID-19 by just being over 60? Ask your pharmacist or doctor about prescription treatments for mild to moderate COVID-19. I'm Adjoa and Siaya Bois. Your next update at 6 o'clock on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
In a market where sales are slowing, headlines are screaming recession, and agents are actually leaving the real estate business in droves, one name is doing the opposite of all that. You know that it's Franklin and Associates, the number one RE/MAX team in the GTA, and one of the number one worldwide RE/MAX teams, breaking records and growing fast right across the province. Why? Because they've built what every real estate agent dreams of. Elite training, proven systems, and a multi-million-dollar marketing system that is guaranteed to sell homes in any market. They will dominate. This isn't about surviving. This is about winning no matter what the economy is doing. If you're questioning your future in real estate, you're ambitious and you know you're capable of more, this is your moment. Launch your career. It'll seem like relaunching your career with a team that's built to perform at its highest level. You'll get the tools, mentorship, brand power to become an agent that clients can't ignore. Go to Join Team Leo. It's a different website, jointeamleo.com, jointeamleo.com, and take the first step towards the success you were meant for. Frank Leo and Associates, don't just weather the storm, lead the market.
Totally useless information.
Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Roy.
This week on the show, we're going to retire. We're going to retire one of our beloved...
Wait. Did you say you're going to retire? Yippee!
Find out what retirement we're talking about.
Totally useless information with Nick and Roy. Friday nights at midnight and Saturday afternoons at 5 p.m. For more totally useless information, visit nickandroy.com.
The My Choice sales event is back at Nissan, and the choice is yours. Choose our best-selling Rogue, always ready for adventure, or the dynamic Sentra, packed with safety features, or the all-new boldly redesigned Kicks. And now during My Choice, you can choose up to $1,500 in Nissan bonus or accessory credit, or choose 3-year prepaid maintenance. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today. $1,500 applies to Sentra and select Rogue models when leasing or financing through NCF. Conditions apply. See nissan.ca for details.
With Virgin Plus, you get an affordable phone plan and member benefit discounts on food, fashion, and entertainment, which means your life gets...
This meal is delicious.
And...
Love that I'm out shopping more.
And...
This concert rules!
And even...
What was I even doing with my life before signing up with Virgin Plus and getting to do all this fun stuff?
And who doesn't want that? Get plans starting from $29 a month when you bring your own phone with Virgin Plus. Obviously, includes autopay credit. Conditions apply. Visit a Virgin Plus store or virginplus.ca for details.
Jess procures the tech equipment for a big warehouse. Grandin Toy provides the essential products and support to keep operations seamless. She doesn't de-stress with bubble wrap anymore. It's just for fun. Don't overthink it. Go to GrandonToy.com.
Hey, this is Ruby Carr, the host of the podcast Encore. You know how some artists grow to kind of hate their big hit? This is one of those stories, but I promise it's still a likable one. Tune in this week to Encore, the stories behind the songs you love, or the incredible story of Vanessa Carlton's 2002 hit, 1,000 Miles. I recorded the episode while riding a piano around New York City. Not really. That would be cool, though. Listen to Encore on the iHeart app or wherever you get your podcasts for stories behind all the songs you love.
4 generations, one epic battle. Gen Z, millennials, Gen X, or boomers. Who's gonna win it all?
Lily Singh hosts the #1 Canadian game show, Battle of the Generations. All new Wednesday at 10, 8 Mountain on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
Ontario invites you to take a stand for our home by discovering our home. Come stand by the clear blue waters of the south, the deep waters of the north, the rushing waters of Niagara. Stand in our small towns, warm and welcoming. Stand under the tallest of towers or in the halls of our country's capital. But most of all, stand proud for Ontario, our home like no other. Discover your next adventure at destinationontario.com. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
In today's volatile market, having an investment strategy you can trust is essential. When it comes to your money, knowledge is power. Get the advice you need from Alan Cameron on the Sunday Money Show. Alan Cameron has the experience and expertise to help you navigate the growing spectrum of investment options. What's best for you? Stocks or RSPs? Gold, real estate, or Bitcoin? Visit alancameron.com and hear Alan at his new time, 12 p.m. Sunday on News Talk 1010.
You're listening to Jim Richards on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
Happy weekend, everybody. And in about 10 minutes' time, that's not true, that was a lie, about 7 minutes' time, we've got the CTV Toronto News getting you set for a weekend where it looks like the weather is going to be pretty good. Bridesmaid for hire, professional line stander. What about a professional cuddler or a fortune cookie writer? Have you ever had an odd job like a food stylist? You get paid lots of money for commercials. How does one become a fortune cookie writer? Is that job even around any longer because of AI? Russell Rowland started out as a fortune cookie writer before going on to become a successful novelist and radio host, and joins us right now. Russell, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Are you still in radio?
Yeah, I do a radio show actually just once a month, but yeah, it's fun.
Okay, great. How did you get into becoming a fortune cookie writer?
Well, it's a pretty funny story, and the funniest thing about it is that it's one of those stories that won't die. This was 25 years ago, and I'm still getting calls like this. But what happened was a friend of mine had a small business in San Francisco, and this Chinese guy came into his office one day and said, I'm looking for someone to write fortunes for fortune cookies. I wondered if you'd be interested. And my friend was not a writer, so he put me in touch with this guy. And the next thing I knew, I had a deal to write 700 fortunes for fortune cookies.
And how did you come up with them? I mean, in the good old days, I guess you could have, today you would just Google stuff. I'm guessing AI. Can AI do this? Could you program this?
I would imagine, it's funny you mentioned that. I hadn't thought about it, but yeah, they could probably just generate some kind of program now. But
did you have a way to come up with them?
Yeah, I decided I didn't want to just put out the usual, like, you'll become wealthy and, you'll meet someone tall, dark, and handsome. I decided to try something a little different. So I had this book sitting around called Great Thought. And it was quotes from, just famous people throughout history, politicians and philosophers and writers and stuff. And so I just paraphrased a bunch of those into small sayings. And that was a huge part of what I used for those fortunes.
And how much did you get paid? This is never a job. It's nice, like a nice job on the side.
No, it was just a little money, a little cash on the side. If I remember right, I ended up getting paid 75 cents per fortune. So yeah, it didn't amount to much. But the funny part was there was an article about me that ended up in the Los Angeles Times. And because of that, I ended up on 2 game shows, and I got paid way more for being on the game shows than I did for writing this fortune.
But were you getting 75 cents per
fortune? Yeah.
And
so yeah, I did.
And how much in total do you think you made out of that gig?
Well, 700 times 75. I don't know what that comes to, like less than $500 probably.
Yeah. And is that just at one shot? They never came back to you? Did they accept all of them, or was there anything that you couldn't write about?
Yeah, I was expecting them to edit or give me feedback, but yeah, apparently he just wanted numbers, so he never commented on them. He never came back for more. I did eventually find out that he was one of only 2 companies in the entire country that was providing fortunes for fortune cookies at the time.
So yours would have been all over the world,
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, isn't that funny? I had no idea.
Did you ever go to a Chinese food place and open the fortune cookie and you go, oh, yeah, I wrote that?
Oh, totally, all the time. Yeah, it still happens. I mean, these things are in circulation forever. So yeah, I still see them all the time.
That's what I was wondering. Like, what is the need to replenish the amount that you might have?
Yeah, I don't think there's a big demand for.
It's not like hockey cards where you get a deck and you're like, oh, I've already got these ones. Like if somebody gets one twice, they'd be upset. So people view that as an odd job, obviously.
Yeah, it was pretty unique.
Yeah,
but it was fun.
Yeah, and here you are, 25 years later, still talking about it.
Yeah.
All right, Russell. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Russell Rowland, who started out as a fortune cookie writer, that's got to be done. If it is done at all, like I do like Chinese food, but I just don't know that there would be reason to come up with continue to replenish them, because people are like not going out for Chinese food because they're upset that they're getting doubles and triples of fortune cookie messages that they've got before. Thanks to Ben and to David, but most of all to you. Enjoy your evening and go Brave.
Time for News Talk 1010 Time Saver Traffic.
Well, the ongoing big problems continue on the northbound lanes of the 404 north of the 407 HOV. Left lane and right lane still blocked following this ongoing collision. Again, the backlogs are still there from before Don Mills. And then paid a bit of extra money. Eastbound 407 approaching Bronte. Center lane blocked with a collision. Headed towards the QEW Toronto bound. The ramp that takes you to Erin Mills Parkway. We have the 2 right lanes still out with this ongoing collision. Back on the 401 westbound and the express at the 400. Left lane out with a stall, and southbound on the 400 at King Road. It's the right lane blocked following another stall. Traffic brought to you by Frank Leo. Your home sold guaranteed. Frank Leo of Remax has a multi-million-dollar marketing system guaranteed to get sold. If Frank will buy it, get more. Go to getleo.com and start packing with confidence. With your News Talk 1010 Toronto traffic, I'm Adjoa Nsiaya.
This is the CTV News at 6 o'clock on News Talk 1010.
Good evening. Flowers have been placed on the front lawn of a Pickering home just steps from where an elderly woman was stabbed to death by a stranger yesterday afternoon.
Tonight, a 14-year-old is facing a first-degree murder charge, and a community is mourning, trying to understand how and why this could have happened. We begin our coverage tonight with CTV's Mike Walker, who's near the scene with the latest. Mike?
Well, Sean and Natalie, the community here is just devastated all day. People have been stopping by the victim's home, laying flowers to the growing memorial here as investigators are still trying to determine a motive. A community shaken and ravaged with grief, leaving flowers outside the Pickering home where an elderly woman was stabbed to death in what police say was an unprovoked attack.
To know that somebody did experience a tragic loss, gut-wrenching.
It happened just after 3 Thursday afternoon on Lynn Heights Drive. Neighbors say the senior was gardening on her front lawn when the brazen attack happened. Police say after a brief interaction with the suspect, the woman was stabbed multiple times. She died from her injuries in hospital.
I spend most of my time outside doing gardening. How would I go out there now? I can't.
A 14-year-old Pickering boy was arrested hours later after a citywide manhunt. During the search, residents were told to shelter in place. The boy appeared briefly in court this morning after being charged.
going inside. Get inside. I built a fence simply for this fucking reason. Dick.
anything about it. And big surprise every single time for the past 10 years that the Liberal government has been faced with these extensive forest fires, it's just burning our country. Literally, I mean, we've lost one of our most precious national parks, the Jasper National Park, to wildfires that got out of control because of massive incompetence. Our GDP apparently is growing, yet we're not putting or reinvesting any of that money into our military. Good job, Canada. And Pierre Poilievre breaks his silence on Mark Carney, the budget, and overall Liberal incompetence. Let's take a look at what's going on, starting off with the forest fires, because these are just getting absolutely out of control.
This is a really important distinction that a lot of people miss. They think that acceptance means resignation. Acceptance doesn't mean resignation. Acceptance means we are all acknowledging how crappy the situation is. We're not pretending that what people say. We're not pretending that human proceedings is the reason why we're here, but we are acknowledging that the situation is difficult. Homelessness traumatizes a lot of people. A lot of effort that hasn't worked. And it turns out when you do that, this actually decompresses the process. You're feeling crappy when you feel ugly, and someone's like, no, you're beautiful, bro. Like, you're so great, you're so handsome, and you're like, what? That doesn't make you feel better. If someone says, hey, I acknowledge that you may not be the prettiest person, I think there's a lot that we can do to change that. That changes the way that we interact with ourselves and we interact with other people. This is a really important distinction that a lot of people miss.
Just stop caring.
I am the one they chose. Yeah. You could call me God. You could call me hate. You could say the universe works in mysterious ways. Call it higher power, call it energy. Some people only call when it's things they need. And I've been fooled too many times. I've been sold too many times of money, power, fame. Oh, I stoop so low, down on my knees and pray. I never seen God's eyes, but I see the devil's. I am the one they chose. Yeah. You could call it God, you could call it fate, you could say that.
Oh my god, I'm gonna stab myself fucking up.
Lowest note you cut.
Oh yeah, this is it.
So we could dive into our fears, all the demons in our lives. Only wanna open up our minds. You ever heard the word paranoia? It's the opposite of paranoia, paranoia. The belief that the world conspires in your favor. Honey, it's a game changer, it's a cherry lifesaver, so sweet. Lately, I've been getting high to a new beat. When I tell myself it's meant to be, losing them, I'm finding me, and it's bittersweet. What if I lost my job to write this track, and lost my grip to help my craft, and all of the rejection was for my own protection? You ever heard the word paranoia? It's the opposite of paranoia, paranoia. The belief that the world conspires in your favor. Honey, it's a game changer, it's a cherry lifesaver, so sweet. Lately, I've been getting high to a new beat. When I tell myself it's meant to be, losing him, I'm finding me, and it's bittersweet. I'm making peace with history. I'm missing him, but I'm finally
feel like everything is breaking down. It's a dip before I hit the higher ground. So I tell myself it's meant to be. Losing everybody, I find it making it bittersweet. I'm making peace with history. I'm missing him, but baby, you know.
I am the one they blackface. Black. I am the one they chose.
Definitely not.
I never seen God's eyes, but I seen the devil's. He walks with men on earth at different levels. He knows the things we serve. He hates minutes and prays to me over. He gotta get my soul. I want to see me grow. I am the one they chose. I pray to God at home, see them inside of me. You wash away demons that are inside of me. But after all this, so no one thinks they can find me. So hold me close and don't let them inside of me. I read my life for the devil's so alive. He's not gonna get through the riches to blow through the night. That's what I learned from the darkness and the only one I gotta pray and save me from my own demise.
Yeah.
Trying to give me the leader, trying to come in between us. But he's not I get on the tater. See, I want these because I don't look the lick, I don't play with gasoline. I'm winning on Saturday with the hand in the beginning, and that's why I'm winning. I am the one they chose. You can call it God. Nobody's seen what you've done in the dark, but if I put your life in this light, you would crumble and fight to survive. But now, bitch, I fucking knew that already. I ain't special. But I specialize in making you feel especially stupid for judging and human while you sit at home and go home. I watch what you do and I'm following, hate on the movements. I ain't complaining, but I know the people who do it are sick of the me, and I'm sick of the fight I lose. You know me, you don't top of the picture. I ain't the problem, you get me and got me crazy, so when it's a I really bitches and butter like
Scared the shit out of myself. Okay.
Let's create a song about getting ghosted using Donna. A dark pop song about getting ghosted. Shadows of...
See the man, I'm pissed. But I think you knew that already. You said that you can be trusted, but you go back on that bullshit already. You think I'm crazy, right? Because nobody knows what you're really like. And if I told the truth, I'm told that I'm lying and trying to ruin your life. But you fucking knew that already. You ain't special. You're just a shadow that lurks in the dark. Oh, you tried to tear my heart. You said that when I used to. Maybe it was me. Maybe I shouldn't have gone the night and it wouldn't have gotten so ugly. Maybe I'm blaming myself. Maybe I thought I could trust you because you always said that you love me. Maybe you think I'm naive. Maybe in reality you have no power. That's why you need me on my knees. Yo, it's all everyone in your life know that it's a fucking trap. I need help, but y'all can't help that. I kept my head down, kept my mouth shut. It's not defend you, but I'm done with all that. So fuck yourself. You're wrong, but that's the source of my pain and panic attacks. You're insane. They're insane. I can't believe the things you're saying, but my turn. What's so serious, baby? Why do you look so surprised after you drove me crazy? You forgot that I was dangerous and even stronger than before. You forgot that you took my whole life, so now you owe me yours. You forgot about that night when I had it burned inside my brain. I'm stuck inside that cycle, but tonight I will escape. You forgot to carry shame. You forgot that I'm insane. You forgot that Carmen's coming and she has my fucking name. I'm feeling violent. Go figure. I'm now in the mood to watch you be disfigured. You can't keep your hands away. I think I'm... Cut off your fingers, then I'll chop them up your legs.
Scaring myself in my own
When they're
fucking
here's a spoonful of your medicine, you fucking freak. I don't know what you've done to you. It's just a pound of stripping you of all of it. I'm making you my man. Everything you say is fake. That's why I'm covered up for you. This is what you get. You get your to repercussions. What you honestly expect. You that I'm angry, have no feelings, or maybe you don't know you cut too deep and now I'm bleeding. Maybe you think that I'm this close to just retreating, or maybe, just maybe, you'll never fucking care. And the shred of remorse that's even there is just defined by what you tell yourself at night. I'm coming for your throat because karma didn't bite, but just remember I gave you a chance to make all of this right. You asked for all this shit. It's not my fault if you can't. Stop saying I need to move on. You don't know what it's like. Stop saying it can't be that bad when you weren't there that night. Stop making excuses for the rapists and the creeps. Stop acting like we're the problem because we chose not to be weak.
I am the one that... So if you're like a husband who doesn't help around the house, right? So it's like your first thing is like, I'm going to make you a grocery list. You're going to do the mental workload. This is the way things are right now, right? So it's hard to go from 0 to 100. I'm going to do the mental workload. So I'm going to make you a list, go to this thing and pick up things from the grocery store. That's week one. Next week, you're going to do something else. You're going to say, hey, you make the list. Check our pantry, check our fridge, check our freezer, check our fruit bowl. You check these 4 things, and then you decide what we need to get. Once you make the list, let me take a look at it. I'll add something if I want to. Graduated responsibility. Next week, can you take care of groceries? And if the dude whines and complains, that's when I think you have to be like, you have to set a limit, right? So now we get to the part of how not to be a doormat and how not to be an asshole, where it's like, look, I'm willing to help you with this, but I need you to take responsibility. So the difference between a doormat and an asshole is recognizing your own value, recognizing your own contribution, recognizing the extent of your responsibility and the limits of your responsibility. For you to recognize that, okay, this is my contribution, that is your contribution. And there's something in the middle. The problem with doormat and asshole, we're taking 100% of the responsibility, we're a doormat. When we take 0% of the responsibility, not my problem, all your problem, we become the asshole. So if you're like a husband who doesn't help around the house, right? So it's like your first thing is like what a lot of people don't realize. Perception is
Oh yeah, for sure.
Go. Hey, you good, bro? Hey, I saw you at that party, bro. You're thinking a lot. You need someone to talk to. You're gonna come to church. I'm always here for you, bro.
Kip.
Bro, I don't really feel like talking today. I just want to record. Just play the beat, bro. Man, all right, man. I'm just trying to help. My girl now the job is to feed these kids. Be strong, keep deep as big. My papa taught me to protect me. No matter what he got, man, it's what he gives. And when he gives it all, and it still ain't enough, and he's the one to blame, and no one gives a shit. Leave a man behind, he'll crack and break within the hands of time. I got an action drop. Does anybody try to identify as a guy if the chromosomes ain't XY? You would never understand what it's like for a man. Gotta fight with your hands, wanna cry, but you can. If it's right for the fam, you will tighten your pants. Provide a romantic with time where you stand. Gotta be a bigger man when it's problems. Get judged by the money in your body. Yep.
So lame.
It's mine. The prices go online. When a man sends mixed signals, it messes with your head. I mean, is he being honest or just good at lying? Does he care or is he manipulating you? As an interrogator and one of the top body language experts who's trained with the FBI, help us decode the actions we think mean love, but might actually be signs of danger or manipulation. With something I'm calling, is it love or lies? So I've got number one. Is he faithful or just hiding it well?
Okay.
If you have to ask, it's probably a bad fucking start. Like, it's crazy. You can just not have this problem at all. No. So,
I joined the service. It was September 6, 1966. Vietnam was just picking up. My brother was already there. He was telling me all kinds of wonderful stories of its tropical, with all the food we went to eat. I liked the free stories. In the left arm. I'd lost the use of this hand that I wanted to be a carpenter with for 6 months. Had a piece of shrapnel severed the ulnar nerve in this hand. I had 40% of my body second and third degree napalm burns. I was told I was a war hero. I was told I couldn't be a carpenter. I was told I really now had to go to college. That scared me. It really did.
oh, you
I
poor
joined the
fucking thing.
service. It was September 6, 1966. Vietnam was just picking up.
I don't know how to.
Right,
Why is there nothing on? Beep boop. Jesus Christ.
You know when you're trying to find somebody online and you try Googling and
No,
looking
I'm
for
kind
all
of
these
gonna walk
different
around.
it's like with Charlotte, so Rockstar. He was older. He's a lot older.
Going to the jail and he's sitting there and he's like, I'm liking that, It was just like a little creepy and a little
Who is
weird.
this guy? That's the thing I'm wondering. How old is this guy? So we had to make out with our director in his trailer. What about Paris Hilton?
Is it true we read here in the UK that she shoved you on a red carpet? Is there any truth to this?
Angel, you're watching TV with that. You've been with Joel for how long?
Probably 2 years. He'll tell me if I did something too crazy.
You decided to.
Yeah, Hillary does.
Yeah, exactly. And then I won.
Hillary got right after she got out of bed with Joel Madden.
We heard about Joel and Hillary Duff.
He's 15. You're 25. That's disgusting and illegal.
This is Hillary Duff. What?
Hi, I'm Shelby.
It's MJ.
Welcome to Deep Dive, where we dive into told and untold stories with extreme detail.
Now today we are hopping in a time machine and uncovering the dark side of Hillary Duff's career.
Her predatory relationships as a child.
And how her own sister's pop career was completely sabotaged by the queen of the scene herself.
I was super excited for that too.
Pebble poops, stuck poop, loose poop, regular poop.
No poop, unfortunately. We got no poop going.
I thought it looked good on him, frankly. I thought he said it a good few days.
Mark Carney making some moves. Welcome back to Moose and Loose. My name's David. Today, Mark Carney announcing $25 billion spending in housing and modular housing. Who's going to get those contracts? We also got the CBC hosting and humiliating.
How the fuck are you like, oh, slogans are not planned, but it's our plan.
Are being shipped to Central America. Profits up, jobs out. Severance is being hammered out. More jobs fleeing Canada. Is this elbows up? Are we winning yet? In other news, we're seeing a lot of this, or Canada's GDP has grown by 2.2%, which is just absurd because its businesses buying things in advance for the Trump tariffs. The Liberals want to hail this as some sort of win. It's not a win. Win would be getting rid of the tariffs. So moving over to this one, Mark Carney gave a speech here and did a little Q&A thing at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities annual conference and trade show in Ottawa. Listen to this.
And we'll provide $25 billion in financing for affordable home builders.
$25 billion. So he talks a lot about housing in this speech. Who's getting that money? That's the question here.
In parallel, we will work above and beyond that. We will work with you to slash development charges in half for all multi-unit housing over the next 5 years, alongside the provinces and territories.
Making a 5-year plan. This is a guy This guy's hilarious. He's been giving lectures since the Liberal leadership race. He's still fear-mongering. He fear-mongers in this speech. That's all he's doing is giving lectures, been waving his finger around.
And in parallel, we're going to take a pragmatic approach by doubling down on what's already working. I know from meeting with mayors across the country in recent months, many of you have already signed on. I know I didn't meet with all the mayors who signed on, but many of you signed on to the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is unlocking tens of thousands of new homes across the country. So because...
Okay, this guy said he doubled down on what's working. That Housing Accelerator program is not working. It has not delivered any housing. It has just wasted
Canadian tax dollars. We listen, we will reinforce the Housing Accelerator Fund.
A useless fund. Mark Carney's not going to deliver anything. Jumping ahead in his speech.
So in face of foreign threats, no prize for guessing what I'm saying. I'm trying to learn some diplomacy from the king. The face of foreign threats.
Interesting he mentions the king. So this king here, the one who's directly attached to his brother, Sean Carney, that one? It turns out Mark Carney's brother, Sean Carney, is the chief operating officer at Kensington House.
That's
Kensington
shocking.
House is where William and Kate live. That's where they reside. This guy's directly connected to King Charles. It's no wonder why
Literally,
King Charles
obviously,
shows up. I mean, I'm
King
sure
Charles
different
is his
times
boss.
King Charles speaking on corporate nights, webinars with Diana Ross Carney, but he's also connected to Sean Carney.
Get that kind of conflict of interest. Me and my sister work at the fucking Starbucks at the airport together. Oh, the only way for me to get into the job was for the history of
If you take a look at when Mark Carney was sworn in as Prime Minister, make this big for you guys. There's Sean Carney right there, right behind his brother Mark. There he is.
Priority of this government is to build projects of national significance, projects that reinforce our country's resilience, projects that connect Canada.
He's going to spend his entire term just talking about building stuff and not actually doing anything.
Here's the 2-minute story of how I built a $10 million a year online business and how my mistakes and successes can help you build your business too. Ready? In 2006, I started a mobile bartending service in Orange County, California.
Moving ahead here to the Q&A section, take a listen to this. So Mark Carney has to get another jab at Pierre Poilievre. She's going to mention how she invited leaders to come and join this forum before the election, not knowing who would win. Mark Carney being one of them, and Pierre Poilievre, I'm assuming, would be the other one.
Here we are on Friday, and I have to say, it's a full circle moment for me and as president of FCM because I had the serendipitous moment to be sitting next to the Prime Minister January 15th, the day that you announced you were running for the Liberal leadership. And I couldn't have really missed that opportunity to both introduce myself, but also to invite you here. And I think the conversation went, should it all work out for you? Should you become Liberal leader? And then should you become Prime Minister? Would you come to our annual conference? And you actually asked me what the date was. And I thought that was pretty impressive. It's the details person. And so here we are. You said you would be here. You're here. You're already making good on your promises. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's like the only promise he's made good on.
So
it just shows you have a president that plans ahead, plans for all contingencies. I wasn't the only person you invited, I think.
You were the
Let's be fair.
you were the only one that I got to sit next to on a plane, I must say.
He just has to take that little jab, doesn't he? She's trying to diffuse it. Oh, you're the one I sat next to on a plane.
And that's also very true. So we have such an
Yes, line ball. The next up, he talks more about housing, and here it is again, mentioning modular housing.
View is that the scale of the problem is so large, housing problem is so large, that we need to catalyze a different mode of building large number of homes, not all homes, but large number of homes. And we can do that by building at scale ourselves first. More modular, more prefab, more reinforced timber, cheaper processes to build.
Always good. Cheaper, always better.
Cheaper just in overall capital
quality.
Costs, run more efficiently, and then twin that with these savings on development costs as well.
Exactly.
So he mentioned it in his speech, just mentioning parties won the election, so now the funding is safe at CBC. The jobs are safe, so now it's back to journalism, nonpartisan, non-biased opinions. What's going on here?
What did you make of how the Prime Minister did and how it felt and looked different, I guess, on that first night?
Yeah, I was in the chamber. He wasn't here today, which I thought was interesting. Second day, you don't check for the House of Commons. What does that say? But the first day, look, it's hard. House of Commons is so hard thing to format because people are heckling at you. You have time constraints. You might not really know your file. It's kind of a format. Also, did not
go into the office.
To him. I was surprised at the vagueness of his answers and how he kind of like relied on partisan talking points of that were like fed to him in this question period prep session they do before they talk. One thing that disappointed me was I thought he did a good job during the election campaign responding substantially to the answers from reporters. Yeah. And when he was asked a question that actually had misinformation in it from the Conservatives, he did not seek to say that the Canada was not promoting any tariffs. Instead, he just repeated something. By suggesting that this $20 million tariff was coming from the Conservatives and it came from the Liberals and Conservatives getting to
This is amazing. She is calling him a liar in the House of Commons on his first question period. And that jab at the beginning, blasting him for not showing up on the second day. He did the one question period on Wednesday, he took off and didn't come back on Thursday or Friday.
It made me reflect on how much does he value Parliament. And when he's talking about the way he responds in caucus, he seems to feel like it's a barrier to moving quickly on the things that he wants to do. So I think that's something we need to watch out for.
Yeah, but I want
the
a lot
other
of
thing I
things.
thought was noticeable was the lack of an NDP voice. You know, who has
What's there more to
voice
say?
is really important in terms of the issues that get attention. And we talked a lot about
sold out.
pipelines and natural energy projects yesterday. And there wasn't a lot of, talk about healthcare or any of the left-wing issues that the NDP usually puts forward. So how will the Liberals position
I'm
themselves
sure
with
Doug
Goldilocks when they're only being pressed on one side, basically?
Yeah, the NDP get their voice at the end and they're basically non-existent.
Well, that's what happens when you sell out.
You didn't look like a deer caught in the headlights. I guess that's your first point. And I agree with Althea. Handling question period takes practice. And I don't expect someone to show up and good job. And I am not saying this as a belief in the Parliament as a method, but I do not believe in the serious business of Parliament methods of question period. So I will cast judgment on whether Mark Carney realizes the Parliament matters when I see legislation and the timeline on it versus the reality that we do want every party and the two houses to have a say in whatever major legislation comes forward.
Well, most Canadians probably don't give a damn what she said about question period. Those clips do get shared they get shared across social media and people do see those clips, whether they're not tuning into question period itself. So it does matter, it does make a difference, because that's how Pierre Poilievre was able to rise in popularity. People saw him in the House of Commons ripping down Justin Trudeau, making a mockery of the guy, pointing out all of his faults, all of his failures as a prime minister. A lot of people weren't tuning into question period, they saw those question period moments. So I don't think it's quite as simple as she makes it here.
I can imagine what Andrew's going to say, but I'm just going to let him say it.
You're ahead of me then.
We're going to take the next step in your career. Then you have to get this AWS course on Udemy. It can get you up to date on the latest tools and techniques and help you earn your certification. So get this course now.
hard to fault the county if you was punished, basically don't answer the questions. It's a little different when you're being questioned by the press. Questions, I may put myself on the link here, but can be presumed to be a little bit more in good faith than they are when they're coming from the opposition benches. That has its upsides and its downsides. The nastiness of question period is usefully humbling to citizens. Donald Trump had to face not the White House press corps who are egregious in their fawning, even when they're supposedly against an adversary like Donald Trump. But if you have to stand up in a parliament and answer questions and heckles from determined opponents, I think you'd be in a different position than this. So it's good to see somebody with a high opinion of himself like Mark Carney have to subject him to this. I agree with both of you. I hope he subjects himself.
He's called Mark Carney arrogant, basically. Yeah, high opinion of himself, a globalist elitist. Yeah, he's got to stand there and take those questions. The threats that he doesn't answer, that he's still going to take
You said a quick word. Yeah, I know, but that was quick even for you. I mean, he did seem to be pained that he wasn't in there because we all know that he likes it. That's his space.
That's
That's
what
his
he's been
job.
doing for 20 years. That's all he knows.
Why would you?
He misses it.
Why wouldn't you want a politician with experience?
He misses being in the spotlight.
Yeah, I thought it looked good on him, frankly. I think he's had a good few days. He's been more cooperative, more cheerful, and more humble. So he's had a humbling experience of losing that seat and being laughed at against the times. Sometimes that can improve people's perceptions of, particularly if you're viewed as being kind of arrogant and overbearing. This was a nice
job, and make other people look stupid. Yeah.
You expect them to come back from this strategic plan. We got CBC watcher closely this one. Pierre Paulette asked about pipeline, a supposed pipeline rumor between Newfoundland and Quebec.
She's doing a cell pipeline.
Newfoundland. Do you think Mr. Carney should say yes to this?
This is
Well, I need to
ridiculous.
see the details first, to be honest.
I can't believe this.
The second part of your question.
We already sold that
was
pipeline to
about the
Putin, and
promise
now we buy the
of
propane
studying
back from
that
him.
project. We
So-
don't need more studies. We know what we need right now. We need major projects, major energy and infrastructure projects, and getting them approved now to break our dependency on the United States. We cannot have tens of years of studies of these projects. We know that the best way to ship oil is by pipeline. And some 100 barrels of oil will be used in the next 20 years. And it will be necessary to build these hydroelectric projects and others. It's not the government programs that are a problem, it's the bureaucracy. All the bureaucracy. We have the longest wait to
Always looking for new insights with QuickBooks Online. And you use QuickBooks Payroll to pay your employees. And you send invoices with QuickBooks Payments so you can focus on this. Get the full picture of your business on one platform. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
Okay? Coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Or I'm coming, boo room. Oh. Lay down. good. Not good.
Yeah, I'm gonna change. I'm gonna go there right away.
You didn't go already?
No, I was right across the bridge, the shore side. Stop.
If I knew that, I would have gone myself.
But I told you that if I can't, I'll go on my way or not, I'll have to go out when I get back.
Oh, I didn't think you were going to.
That's why I asked you if you had money.
Okay, that was unclear.
Just do your thing, I'll go do it.
Okay.
I had an okay day, so.
Okay. Wait.
Can you put us to both in the room?
Yeah. We're gonna break. If it gets more rain on it, it's eventually gonna snap in the middle, and I don't want the whole thing to come down because I'll be really pissed if it does. It was really smart that I did it. I put them together on the ground this time instead of fucking trying to do it while it's fucking already on there.
Is that one?
No, that's two. I cut them in half, and then I used the string that they tied outside with it. I used that string to tie them together.
Because one was not large enough.
They're both not large enough. Well, yeah, that's one strip is not large enough. It's only half, but for some reason, it's exactly the measurements that I did.
Because
I didn't really do intentional measurements.
This long like this, stupid as it is the same price as this long like that.
Oh.
There we go.
Well, you stop shaking. Maybe I should go instead?
Be faster?
No, but I just don't want to fucking... I keep trying to keep messing with him.
Okay.
His nose keeps fading. I keep panicking. I start fucking with him, and I'm probably making it worse. So I'll just go with sword. I know that's why I'm going with sword instead.
That foot is up to, I think.
I don't think it matters.
Well, I think it's because it's the one related to the.
Well, please, the dog don't want to come back, so I feel bad because I had to put him inside because he was just like being too crazy and.
The doesn't come back?
What? No.
Good.
I feel bad if your dog on came out. Well, if it doesn't rain, I'll walk him when I come back.
Rain later.
Because he kept like fucking running around like a psychopath and waking up my dog. Like when living around. He seems okay now. I think there was so much infection that the antibiotic is pushing out so much infection that it's now infecting his sinuses.
Because when I had that, it was not that bad, and then I went for the. Well, it was not that bad. It was really, really big, but it was not pussing out that much. But when I took the antibiotic, it pussed out everything in the same time, and it kept coming out.
And now his sinuses are infected. Like that's why he keeps bubbling, like bubbles through his nose. Alright, this is just. No, I'm not securing this one, so I can still get in it because I need to put more dirt. I'm gonna need you to do another load of dirt, 10 bags. Because everything's settled already. I'm happy it's not flooding. That's all I care about.
Because you turned your grass.
Oh, I dug out everything underneath it last summer. All like the clay looking stuff.
Now it goes into the ground.
But I have this fucking stupid ass tree and a stupid fucking feeder. Fruit feeder.
If you want, I'll take the ladder and I'll cut the two big branches that are leaning over.
She had someone that came over, like a professional landscaper, that they were talking about. I don't even know what. But I was gonna ask me like, hey, if my tree is bothering you, feel free to cut it down. So fucking like, I love trees. I do love trees, but this tree is so ugly, and I hate all cedar. All cedars can fuck off.
Where I was working in the front, they had a cedar. They cut the top, and it did like a pot plant. It spread it in two, so the cedar has two heads. Super weird. So, then I was there.
Was Jay there? Did he show up?
Yeah. He
He had
kind of worked.
a shit attitude, or
No.
you just didn't ask me about the book?
Oh, fuck, I forgot.
That's okay.
I
I was
forgot.
gonna remind you, but I've already told you like a gajillion times, and
I will stick at some point.
I know. You have to also bring it up at the proper time and place, Jay. Like, fucking, don't want to offend anybody. Okay. There you go. Yeah, isn't that fucking annoying? Every little fucking thing sticks to every little fucking thing. Very irritating. At least this one's not so bad because like it's
Everything's amazing, baby.
Thank you.
Wow.
This chicken wire isn't so bad because it's fresh. All the other chicken wire
It's
was
hard.
from the trash, and I had to flatten everything out and stick it together like I'm doing a collage of fucking stupid fucking chicken wire. Saw the scrap guy drove by, and he's got like a whole truckload of fucking chicken wire, like the bar chicken wire type thing for temporary enclosures. So I was like, buy it off your place for $25. Just drop it off my place.
What that is, I saved $4 on everything I bought. I told Derek, I was like, hey, it's fine if I use your pro account to buy stuff. He's like, yeah, it's good. Just tell me before because I'll receive a note. Like, okay, so I bought chicken wire and nutrients for my plants. He's like, okay, cool, no problem. Well, you have the 10% discount? Like, no, it's 5 because it's not construction stuff.
Oh.
25%. I save a big $4.60 something.
So yeah, fuck up.
What?
I did a little too much over there, and I'm missing it over here. Yeah, but I'll be able to pull it. That's fine.
Or nothing, a little roll of
No. I'll just cut this off.
Oh, yeah.
Well, anyway, I'll see when I do the front, because I think the front one's even bigger. Too. I got this wire by accident. Look at that. It's like a slinky.
Cool. Good wire.
Yeah, too strong.
Too strong?
Oh, well, fuck.
Oh, yeah. I like that you got your little tool station.
You want to take them back? And you can give me the shitty ones?
Yeah.
The blue pair?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for not freaking out. I'm so sorry. Fucking idiot. This isn't for the public. Just a friend. Don't get it. We're being assholes. This is what happens when you play too much Minecraft. All the pieces just lock with each other. I'm trying to avoid it. Okay. I'll bring my dog inside. I'm trying to do the skateboard today. I Wow. What? No, it's meant to not be like you're not supposed to put it in your immediate area. It's meant for outside campus areas. This is a very large area. Hold on. Another cigarette. Oh, fucking. I can't handle it. You. Come with pain. We go inside? Come on, let's go see Daddy. Okay? Come on, Draco. Come on, Draco. So he started like reverse sneezing again, but like I don't know.
Is that a sign of getting back to normal?
But see, no, but like I'm thinking maybe I should let him reverse sneeze a little bit and not stop him from doing it.
Yeah.
But I'm just like if he dies. So if you see him reverse sneezing, maybe see because he doesn't seem to be distressed while he's doing it because he's looking at me normally and it's like, but it's just too what do you call it? I know it looks worse than it actually is,
Yeah.
but it's very concerning when he does it.
Just show everybody my face. Oh. We'll bring him upstairs right away.
Oh, like the biggest reason why I put it inside was like the girl was super fucking chill about with me like hauling us out, calling her dog is tougher than my dog.
Picture?
Yeah. No, if you got right for the face, and like she wasn't even nervous either. I was very surprised that she was nervous. Probably because she sees me walking my dog off leash, and she knows that my dog is trained. Like, oh no.
The whole thing is gone already.
So what? Yeah. I don't want him to take more than I have. Yeah. No, they count it. If they see that you have it, they'll fucking keep pass up.
Like when I was there asking me, oh, you have some to sell to me, whatever, and now it's like, oh, fuck no.
What?
Because I told them,
Yeah, but why don't you have your own drug dealers? Is this your first time doing drugs? Because like usually when people don't have dealers, it's because they fucked them over. Or they fucked up doing something with their dealer. Like by this age, like if you're doing substances, you have your hookups. Like I have like, if my regular hookup isn't available, I have like 10 more people that I have that help me out. Cracking out?
When Cody told me the all around that thing always scrapped out. I'm like, oh, okay. Huh? There's no shitty thing.
The one that we wore. No.
Yeah. It's not that it's annoying, it's subliminally building your stress up.
Yeah. Every time fucking I hear it, I'm like, fuck off.
It's not came out. Every time Derek's calling me or texting me, not came out. I wonder if I can put one for you.
What?
I got a certain
I tried. I tried it. Otherwise, I would have like fucking a different ringtone for everything. But it's super hard to.
Cody come the other day, he tells me, yo, we can't work today. I'm like, why? He shows me the calendar. It's National Paper Airplane Day. Like, what? Like, yeah, it's a holiday. It's national.
What's the guy's name? I think it's John Tory. He's the.
Be careful with the small talk. Leave him alone.
Tory is the one who actually is like the government who comes from the UK. Tory is like it's a shadow government. I'm like, okay, so we all know that there's something called a shadow government, and everyone's just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and nobody do anything about it because it's super fucking illegal that people in secret talk about the future.
Oh, they don't do it in. But you know what? The thing is, they're like, yes, we do it, but we're not keeping the fact that we do it a secret.
Yeah, because for them it's not a secret. They're not taking record and it's not public. So
Yeah, but everyone still knows they do it.
yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so we're all okay with this.
It's like the Illuminati. Everybody knows who the Illuminati is, but you can't remember.
But Illuminati doesn't really affect my life directly.
No.
Unless I join the Illuminati, they don't really want me as part of their shit. Like, they're not gonna come harass me because of my belief system. Or tell me that I'm too poor to be able to fucking drive. So many fucking bad drivers that take the route. Just walking or taking my fucking skateboard. And like, I don't know, fucking, usually our roads are much better. But all the roads I took today were like terrible and not. That's why everyone has a longboard, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Because the tires are bigger and you can go over bumps.
Yeah.
Because it's like, that's why you actually can't skateboard in the city.
Well, it's actually illegal to skateboard in the city. It's not illegal, but it's a bylaw.
They're too tight.
Oh, that's different of your.
My shoes that are always flying
Yours,
around.
no, yours is too big. The spoon is too big.
You sound like a fucking cocaine head. Cocaine head. What the fuck? I don't know what happened.
I just asked myself, why are you fucking doing this? Why are you crying?
You know what's super awesome?
Huh?
Not crying every day anymore. Multiple times a day. You're the best, baby.
I love you all.
I love you. Thanks for being a big shit.
Oh, there's money everywhere.
Oh my god. I hate this. I hate when I can't move because I feel so bad. Don't be on the floor, don't be on the floor, don't be on the floor, don't be on the floor. What time is it? 7:48.
7:48.
Okay. Don't be. Oh. Ugh. This shirt smells like dog pee. Oh. No, baby, I'm sorry. I'm trying to think you want to come back, eh? Did I take that $80?
Yeah.
I did?
No. Did you take the $80? No, it's here.
Okay.
Alright.
What? I have to change my shirt. And fucking shirt's on the doggy. Thank you.
What you do?
Fucking nauseous.
On this? Here?
You know, what it is. And then also gonna smell doggy. These are. I got the hand soap in the bathroom.
Good.
And I can refill the bottle because it fits right down the sink.
Cool.
Yes. Oh, I do it okay.
You would not be smoking a cigarette right now. Why do you only take 375? Why don't you take 375?
Oh no, it's just the change that was in my pocket.
Oh, it's exactly the bus.
Yeah.
Are you taking the bus?
Yeah.
Why don't you take twice 375?
That's what I'm gonna do. Is to find where I fit the rest of the change.
You give it to me. I have some.
Oh.
Why you turn on the coffee machine for me?
Yeah.
Thank
Well, I
you.
can fit it now though.
Yeah, okay.
So you're not working tomorrow, right?
Everybody knows I'm going to jail tomorrow.
Well, no.
Because, Derek asked because wanted to do, we just rented the crown, we poured one, did some pointing, dismantled the shoulder, repaired it, did a shoulder concrete on it, and then about 5 o'clock, he was like, so I don't know, but Jay's leaving at 5:30. He left at 5:30. You have to go anyway. So like I don't know about Jan, but if he doesn't want to, maybe you can drop him off and then come back at the site and finish the job. To Cody, and I already told Cody, like, we're finishing at 7. Because what I'm seeing at 7. 7. We were 7:10. We were done. So it's like, I'm not gonna leave Cody there by himself finish. And it's like, yeah, okay, it would be nice he can do a big day because he's going to jail tomorrow, you know?
Oh my.
He said, but I don't want to push him. So he didn't ask me directly, but I only make fun with Cody. And he's like, I don't want to push him.
No, because Cody's like you, where he's going harder than he normally would, just so that you don't have to do more work either. And you guys will just keep going back and forth.
Right at the end of the day, I put a bucket of water to do the finishing with the sponge at the end of the scaffolding. And then Cody comes down, picks up everything from the scaffolding, picks up the fucking water bucket all over him like this. No. He fucking was in the street, dripping out, water coming out of his shoes. I'm like, oh man, poor you, I'm so sorry. I was like, I understand if you don't want to talk to me. He was laughing. He was okay, it's fine. It sucks. It sucks.
What do you want for supper, baby?
A steak?
Okay.
What are you gonna have for supper?
I don't know yet. Something small. I don't want to throw up.
Grab yourself more stuff if you need it at the grocery.
I was gonna ask, is there anything else we need?
No, but maybe for you have vegetables or something like that.
No, I just want to come back home. Okay. What is in my pocket? More bags. Oh, come on. he goes upstairs. Maybe take him out front, see if he's no poop.
Sure.
I'll try to hurry.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I need money. Oh, here, it's me.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hello.
Where the fuck is the ashtray? Come on. Oh no, where's my phone?
I saw it somewhere. Downstairs, no? Where else can I go upstairs?
Oh, got it. Good. Okay, that's fine. 50. Oh my god. Oh,
nice.
Thank you. Because I'm a lady, that's why. Okay. Time to go. Okay.
You too, baby.
I'll probably drink. Oh, yeah,